Good morning. Hi. Welcome to the Gigabit City Challenge first workshop, and Chairman Janikowski is here with us this morning to share some opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Hey, good morning, everyone. Beginning of a important day that I'm sure will be very productive. Let me welcome everyone to the FCC workshop on Gigabit Broadband Communities. Now, access to ultra-fast broadband is a particularly important issue to many of us. It's a very important issue to me as I'm getting ready to spend a lot of time streaming Mad Men over Netflix in the next few weeks. But thank you to everyone here at the FCC, those watching this event live online. I want to thank our moderators, panelists for participating today, FCC staff who, as always, did such a terrific job putting this together. One of the things that they did such a great job on is assembling a truly excellent group of leaders of the broadband economy and pioneers of next-generation networks who are bringing 1 gigabit speeds to communities across the nation. It is an incredible time in the broadband world and the broadband economy. We know that in the 21st century economy, innovation leadership is economic leadership. We're in a global bandwidth race where the U.S. needs a strategic bandwidth advantage, and that advantage will come, I believe, from super-fast, high-capacity, ubiquitous broadband networks. What for a while was a theory is now clear that broadband is our main innovation platform for the 21st century, essential for economic growth, for job creation, for U.S. competitiveness in this global market. We know today that talent and capital can flow anywhere around the world. We know that around the world, our global competitors are doing what they can to develop broadband networks that attract innovators and attract innovation hubs. We really have no choice but to push forward on not just a competitive broadband infrastructure in the U.S., but a world-leading one. So we do need to develop and deploy next-generation networks and capabilities to homes, to businesses, to ensure that new innovations are researched and developed in the U.S., rolled out in the U.S., and ultimately exported to the rest of the world. There is a lot of good news in the broadband economy. Mobile broadband, an unbelievably important platform for innovation moving forward over the next decade and more. We're in a time of incredibly positive change. We're the first country, the U.S. is the first country in the world to deploy 4G LTE at scale with as many subscribers to 4G LTE as the rest of the world combined. We've seen massive capital investment in wireless, more year-over-year growth in the U.S. than anywhere else in the world. And this is paying dividends. Right now, the U.S. is the global testbed for 4G innovation. It's because of what's happening on the infrastructure. We've laid more fiber in the U.S. in each of the last 2 years than in any year since 2000, more than Europe. We are seeing an increase in broadband speeds, average broadband speeds, which have nearly doubled in the U.S. since 2009. We know that while in 2009, networks capable of 100 megabits passed only 20% of homes in the U.S., now it's over 80%. We know on the apps economy is incredibly exciting, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs and growing. I mentioned the increases in investment in wireless networks, up more than 40% on an annual basis since 2009, projected another 16% this coming year compared to flat in Europe and up low single digits in Asia. Internet venture investing is up the best years in the U.S. since 2000. But here's the thing that while we can and should recognize the good news, we know that we can't rest on our laurels. We know we need to keep our feet down on the gas pedal because we know that the rest of the world is competing aggressively And we know that there are goals that we have the United States that we still need to achieve. One of those is we need more gigabit communities in the United States. We need to have a critical mass of a 1 gigabit market to spur ultra-high-speed innovation here in the United States. 1 gigabit connectivity would give supercomputing power to Internet users, would drive a new generation of applications that we can only begin to imagine. The critical mass of gigabit communities will spur exactly the kind of innovation that we need to have to continue moving our economy forward. But wait, there's more, because gigabit communities are also important for anchor institutions in every community, for schools, for healthcare facilities. With education, we already know that a distance learner can take a full course load online with super high speed. With gigabit connectivity for schools, that's becoming increasingly essential given what we know about the innovation opportunities in one-to-one learning and education. Healthcare, a similar story. Wonderful opportunities that we know about already, and when you elevate that to a gigabit, the opportunities are even more, particularly in a big data world. Now, some say that the focus that many of you have brought and that we have tried to bring to gigabit connectivity is misplaced, that maybe it's about bragging rights, but it's not about substantive positive outcomes for the U.S. I believe this misreads the history of innovation in the U.S. If we aren't the world's home to these high bandwidth infrastructure, to these high bandwidth networks, we won't be home to the innovation on those networks. Others will be. We know that countries like Korea and Japan are moving ahead with their own plans for gigabit networks. To me, the lesson of innovation history is clear. If we build super fast networks, the innovators will come. Now, we're already seeing some communities in the U.S. Take the lead in rolling out gigabit connectivity and proving that it can be done, and demonstrating the benefits of ultra-high-speed broadband. We're seeing communities and we're seeing companies. Last month, I visited San Leandro in California. It's a city of almost 100,000 people next to Oakland, and there's a public-private partnership there that helped keep a company called OSI Soft, a major software company, in the area. It's a big data company that simply wouldn't have been able to stay in the area without gigabit networks. Now it can stay with its many jobs. Chattanooga, Tennessee built a gigabit fiber network that's helped attract businesses like Amazon and Volkswagen, creating more than 3,700 local jobs. In Kansas City, Google Fiber is bringing gigabit service to residential consumers, and startup tech companies have begun to flock to the area, spawning Kansas City's new nickname, the Silicon Prairie. Last week, Google announced that fiber will be coming to Olathe, Kansas, the state's fastest growing city. We see similar stories in communities as diverse as Cleveland and Lafayette and Louisiana. We're seeing that these successes are being noticed by other mayors, and the mayors of Chicago and New York and Seattle have all come forward with plans to launch test beds in their cities, and we know in North Carolina they're pursuing an RFP to accomplish this as well. We know that the GigU initiative, which has been a leader in these efforts, has already catalyzed over $200 million in private investment to build ultra-high-speed hubs in the communities of many leading research universities. So for these reasons, which seem clear to me, this is a high priority for the FCC to play its appropriate role in driving gigabit communities forward. In January, I had a chance to speak to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. 2 points. One is, having now spoken to the U.S. Conference of Mayors for several years in a row, I can tell you that the enthusiasm for ultra-high-speed broadband infrastructure is growing. Second, while I was there, I issued a Gigabit City Challenge. to broadband providers and communities and local leaders to bring at least 1 gigabit internet community to every state by 2015. And when I issued that challenge, I said that the FCC would actively engage with broadband providers and community leaders to help achieve this goal, including by hosting workshops and launching a clearinghouse for best practices on speeding gigabit deployment. This workshop today comes out of that effort. It's one step in moving forward to help these efforts that are already going on and to spur new ones. Now, today's workshop will consist of 4 panels and will feature demonstration of gigabit-enabled applications. So the first panel, which will be moderated by Jonathan Sallet, will discuss how communities can leverage a gigabit network to achieve economic and social benefits, and will feature representatives from Kansas City, Chattanooga, and nonprofit groups that leverage gigabit speeds into community benefits. The second panel, moderated by Dale Hatfield, will highlight the various paths to deploying gigabit networks and will discuss different community strategies for deploying a gigabit network, their key drivers for success and potential pitfalls, and will feature representatives from Red Wing, Minnesota, Seattle, and the North Carolina Research Triangle. This afternoon, sessions focus on the economics of gigabit networks. Today's third panel, moderated by Blair Levin, will discuss the economic barriers to gigabit networks and how aggregating demand can increase revenue opportunities for providers, and will include representatives from internet service providers and gigabit deployment leaders. And the last panel of the day, moderated by Steve Wildman, will discuss how communities can leverage their local tools and assets to lower the costs of deployment, and will include representatives from community leaders and internet service providers. In between the morning and afternoon sessions, US Ignite will provide a sampling of the new innovations that have been unleashed by gigabit networks. These demonstrations feature new apps that, for example, enable advanced remote manufacturing techniques and enhance public safety and emergency communications. Looking ahead, we plan to soon launch a beta version of our clearinghouse of best practices that will feature, among other resources, several of the learnings from today's workshop. This is a direction that I'm excited about as I talk to mayors around the country. I find that it can be a challenge for them to quickly learn best practices that other communities are developing in rolling out faster infrastructure. We know there are some very creative ideas that have been deployed in Kansas City, for example. We want to help make it easy for any mayor in the country, any city manager to say, all right, we want to do it. We want to do it on our own. We want to work with Google or another company. What's the roadmap? Help us avoid reinventing the wheel. And so this clearinghouse is something that we think can make a material difference in speeding and spurring local governments to move forward, and also helping the build-out companies be confident that there are lower-cost, speedier ways to roll out gigabit infrastructure than there were in the past. This topic of driving higher speed broadband across the country and lowering barriers to deployment has been something that, of course, we've been working on for a while. There's many staff here in the room and will be here today who deserve a tremendous amount of credit for working so hard on these achievements. The transformation of the Universal Service Fund, the multi-billion-dollar a year Universal Service Fund, from telephone to broadband, will spend $45 billion over the next 10 years to connect unserved parts of the country to broadband. Our E-Rate and Health Connect programs provide funding. We did reforms of those programs, including recently a significant expansion of our Health Connect program. We've been driving broadband acceleration initiatives for some time. Many of you remember our tower siting order that set a shot clock for local decisions on tower siting. That is having a positive effect in speeding wireless broadband infrastructure deployment. We modernized our pole attachment rules, which are also helping across the country in building out infrastructure. These things often make people close their eyes and nod off when I mention them, but the truth is this is the the plumbing of our broadband infrastructure. It's in some ways the blood and guts of the work that the FCC can and should do to help remove barriers and speed broadband deployment. But that's not enough for us, and we intend to continue to do more. One early learning of the gigabit deployment efforts that we've seen is that 1 gigabit networks can be accelerated if broadband providers that don't have efficient and reasonably priced access to utility poles get such access. Today's workshops will address that issue and may uncover other issues where there's concrete action that the Commission can consider to lower the cost of deployment and accelerate the speed of deployment. And so let me announce that after this workshop, we will release public notice seeking data on the effects of pole attachment costs and the other issues surfaced today, and asking for proposals on Commission action that will promote the availability of 1 gigabit infrastructure. So we intend to move forward on the pole attachment issue, which we've seen can potentially offer real leverage to driving new broadband, ultra-fast infrastructure around the country. And I will tell you that we will take other concrete ideas that come out of this session today and include them in our formal proceedings and drive forward on them. Well, this isn't the last workshop. We'll have more as well. I've spoken long enough. Let me just conclude by saying that ensuring that the U.S. has a strategic bandwidth advantage is vital to our economic growth and our global competitiveness going forward. And so all of you who've come here today, many of you from out of town, to spend the day here to help share what you've learned with the Commission, with each other, with the public that is participating in this online. It's a very important thing, and I think I both thank those on the Commission staff who've worked so hard on this, and I will say on behalf of Commission staff that we understand that you coming here and spending this time to participate in this workshop puts an obligation on us to take this information and put it into action, and that's what we intend to do. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted, before we start the panels, I wanted to let everybody know, in case you didn't see when you came in, that there are note cards on the table by the front and pens. So if you have questions for the panels, please write them down, and there will be people around with baskets collecting those questions, and we will be handing them to the moderator. We also will be taking questions online, and the email address to send those questions for people who are watching is livequestions, all one word, at fcc.gov. So please send us your questions. We really want to take a full spectrum of questions into account today. And I'd like to start us off by introducing our first moderator, Jonathan Sallet. Jonathan is a senior adjunct fellow at the Silicon Flatiron's Center for Law, Technology, and Entrepreneurship at the University of Colorado Law School, and also a partner in O'Melveny's Washington, D.C. office and a member of the Antitrust and Competition and Integrated Legal Strategies practices. Jonathan is well known for his focus on regulatory issues that are shaped by competition policy, particularly in the innovation industries. So, welcome.
Thank you. If we could ask the panelists from the first panel to come up, we'll do introductions when everyone's seated. Please. Please. Please, or things that I missed. So our panel today has the title, What Communities Can Do with a Gigabit? It's an important question, since after all, technology usually starts off with conversations about engineering requirements and design, but ends up providing value because people actually use the technology. use it for economic growth, use it to create jobs, use it for social benefits, use it for learning, for other forms of innovation. So this panel starts off by asking, what can communities learn from, benefit from? How can their people use the kind of gigabit connections of which the chairman just spoke? It's probably worth taking a minute at the beginning to ask what a gigabit is. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's big, but I'm not a network engineer myself. The chairman has described it in the past as 100 times faster than coverage of the sort of average fixed line internet access in America. Here's another way to think about it. In Santa Monica, where there's a lot of film production being done, post-production is done on HD feature-length motion pictures. There's a lot of data, right? It's terabits of data that used to be delivered by transport, right? The way people old enough in the 90s to remember what used to be called sneakernet, which was you took a floppy disk and you walked it across the office to somebody else. But instead of having to use planes or boats or trains or cars, engineers now using a Santa Monica network can transport electronically what used to have to be physically transported because the size of the data was so much. That's a concrete example of what it actually means to be able to communicate in this kind of capacity. So what we're going to talk about for a few minutes this morning are issues around usage. What kinds of strategies are necessary to provide benefits at the community level? What applications become possible? What benefits have already been achieved? And how do we measure success, especially since a lot of the issues in which we'll be discussing, education, for example, have multivariate conditions that feed into whether education is success. So how do we isolate what the benefit of the connectivity has been? To do that, we've got a geographically diverse panel and a very expert one. Let me do it in alphabetical order. I assume, Dr. Ray, it's relatively unusual for you to be first in alphabetical order on a panel, but we've managed to do that today by backloading the alphabet. Dr. Keisha Ray is President-elect of the International Society for Technology and Education. She serves on Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools as the Executive Director of Learning Technologies and has conducted research in the area of technology integration throughout the world. David Sandell is president of Sandell and Associates, where he works with cities and community organizers and service providers to develop plans for economic development of gigabit communities. He's the founder of the Gigabit City Summit and has been active as an advisor working with the Google Fiber Initiative in Kansas City. David Wade is Executive Vice President and COO of EPB, which is a Chattanooga-based community-owned utility, electric and now communications, in which uses a 100% fiber optic network as its background to provide those kinds of services. And finally, William Wallace is Executive Director of US Ignite, which is a nonprofit that fosters the creation of applications that can take advantage of gigabit networks, and is co-founder of Digital Bridge Communications, a startup dedicated to bringing 4G broadband wireless to underserved communities in the United States. So what we're going to do now is ask each panelist in order to give a presentation of about 5 minutes. Then we will open up to questions, some from me, some from people in the audience, some in the way that Dina previously explained through online audiences. So Dr. Ray, would you like to begin?
First, I'd like to thank the Schools Health Library Broadband Coalition and the International Society for Technology and Education for their work on broadband access and education technology. And thank you to the chairman for hosting this event and making it possible for all of us to share our passion for broadband and the need for gigabit cities. So my perspective is from a district administrator of Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools. And my job is to oversee the access for 81,000 students. We have 81,000 students, 150 schools and programs, and we have about 80% free and reduced lunch. We have the largest English language learner population in the state of Tennessee, and we estimate that about 50% of our students do not have access to the internet when they go home. So where are we headed in education? Oh, my slides are up. So, and then we have a 2 gigabit pipe that comes into the district. We use on average 800 megabits a day. Our internal infrastructure, so once it comes into the district, that breaks down to about 100 megabit to each school. And this is very fine print, but the print isn't important. Just listen. Education today is experiencing tremendous changes, and those changes came into effect with the Common Core. And 47 states have adopted the Common Core. And what that means is a more engaging, more interactive, more alive curriculum for our students. What that involves is an instruction that has digital media, that has access to video, ebooks, gaming type technologies, very interactive technologies. The way that students will be assessed for mastering that curriculum is through an online assessment. And these online assessments will begin in the year 2014-2015. So for us, that's just around the corner. That's not that far away. And we are readily preparing our students to not only take these exams, but also to ensure that they'll have access in their schools to be able to take these exams. So to put it in the perspective again of our district, we have 81,000 students. The testing window for these exams will be a 2-week window. So on any given day during those 2 weeks, there will be about 12,000 students that will have to have guaranteed access so that they can take that high-stakes test. And those tests are given between 4 and 6 times a year. Our district is hoping to give assessments every 4.5 weeks to check for mastery and understanding. So in addition to the online assessments being part of the Common Core, there's some other aspects to instruction that are residual to implementing the Common Core. One is blended learning. Blended learning means that in a classroom, you would have a teacher providing instruction, what we call direct instruction. You would have computers for students where they would access digital content or digital lessons. And then you would have personal devices for students where they would have access to enrichment or remediation activities so that they can move ahead in the curriculum. We also will be implementing personalized learning through the Common Core. And the Department of Education has actually just released a Wave 4 grant that will fund, hopefully, a great many personalized learning projects across the country. Personalized learning means that schools will have access to data in an online data warehouse, and teachers will look at that formative data, and then they will design lessons or instruction that will attend to that individualized student's need. Parents will have access to that information, teachers have access to that information, and students have access to that information. So at any given point in time, students, teachers, and parents all know where the student is in their instruction and what they've mastered. The chairman mentioned virtual schools. We have 3 million students nationwide that are currently enrolled in virtual schools. And in addition to virtual schools, we have partnerships with libraries in both New York and Nashville that extend the public library to school systems. So what this means for the impact on connectivity is, and I'll just use that online assessment example. With online assessments in our district, we're anticipating stopping internet activity for all employees and all of the other students during those test windows, because we don't know what that connection is going to to need. We just don't know what the risk is, and we don't want to risk it enough to affect a student's growth or their movement to the next grade level. So having access is fundamental to not only the school district, but all the homes and families that attend our schools. Done. Oh, I have more time?
David, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Dave Sandel. I wanted to thank the Commissioner for putting on these workshops today. I'm very excited about that. And I'd also like to thank Dina for her hard work in putting this together, and Jonathan in being our moderator today. Slides, please. I work with Gigabit and Smart City initiatives around the world. I'm going to speak briefly today about the Kansas City Google Fiber Initiative and its potential economic development impact. Next slide, please. Oh. In Kansas City, once the Google Fiber Award was announced, the mayors organized the Mayor's Bi-State Innovation Team. The purpose of the Mayor's Bi-State Innovation Team was to set a goal for the team and use imaginative methods to determine what uses there would be for Google Fiber, and then recommend those to the community. The Mid-America Regional Council was involved in that, and they produced a document called Playing to Win, or the Playbook, which outlines the uses or vision for the uses of that fiber. What is very interesting to know about this is that when this happened, the Google network development was taken separate from the community development, and this is the only place in the world where this has happened so far. Most places around the world, both have happened simultaneously as one group. So as a result, the Kansas City Playbook was able to develop a strategy and plan which had a greater impression of the social and economic development impacts, which include technology, instead of focusing just on technology. So that challenge was accepted. They developed the playbook. It's available right now. There's a link there for you all to look at it. But the implications of what is in the playbook is profound. And it's profound for all gigabit communities in the United States. What I'm going to do today is just talk about one application. And keep in mind, this is just one application. In the playbook, what was outlined was that the killer app that will come out of the Kansas City Google effort is a new high-performance form of community collaboration. Now, you have to put this in perspective and keep in mind what that means. That's really a social statement that the community now realizes it can do many things that it couldn't do before. It can organize relationships and organizations to be more productive before. But the Gigabit network provides a scalable platform to do other things that couldn't be done. So one of those things is pervasive regional video conferencing. Now, we're all familiar with video conferencing today, but when it is in a appliance form, on a regional and pervasive basis, and can be used across all sectors of the economy, we now have a totally transformative game changer that affects the entire gross product coming out of a metropolitan area. So what does that mean? If you have a gigabit network in place for a city, you have pervasive regional video conferencing, it means that that entire community can now become dramatically more productive than before. So persons who are at work can now organize meetings without having to travel outside their office, business to business or business to home. They don't have to take the time to drive. That affects the amount of time that they have within a day. Changes residential life, where individuals at home can relate to other individuals or to office, business, or healthcare or schools. And in doing that all together, this new form of collaboration effect goes into play, where individuals are able to communicate, share more information, more documents, and will have greater innovation impact and impact on the social structure as more groups of people are included. But given all that, and less use of cars and automobiles, we're now using less energy and substantially less pollution. So imagine this one application affects the way the entire economy works and relates to each other. So let's take that one step further. So what every gigabit community can do is it can now impact and improve the bottom line of the entire economy of an entire community, city, or metropolitan area. For example, Kansas City in 2011 had a gross metropolitan product of $105.9 billion. If you now have pervasive video conferencing and it's used on a daily basis across all sectors of the economy, that's going to affect the bottom line of the entire gross product for the entire region, not to mention the energy consumed and not to mention the pollution that will be conserved. So that will affect the entire economic output of the entire region. Now, obviously, who's going to benefit from this? The most obvious thing is the community, but also future service providers. Here is a huge enhancement of revenue on an entire metropolitan-wide area, which can now serve as a new business model for service providers to gain additional revenues or ways to lower costs to build these networks out. So it'll be very interesting to see over the next 5 or 10 years how the gross metropolitan product of Kansas City is tracked and changes as a result of the Google Fiber deployment as it is built out. And I think we will see this happen in gigabit communities all across the United States. It's a very profound effect. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have David Wade from Chattanooga. David, if you'd like to go next.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. And let me again say thank you to the chairman of the FCC for hosting this event and for their vision of how broadband impacts our economy across our country. Chattanooga is a metropolitan area of about 500,000 strong, located surrounded by mountains with a nice river running through it. But in 1969, Walter Cronkite told the world on CBS that Chattanooga was the dirtiest city in America. Since that time, Chattanooga has placed a combined public-private effort to reinvent itself and to change so that that's not the case any longer. Recently, one of the resurgent activities has been to install a fiber optic network and to turn it into a gigabit community, which started really as a way to as a use for our electric system, a way to take and turn our electric system into an intelligent, interactive, and self-healing network, realize that communications was the backbone of being able to do that, and realize that part of providing service to a community was that power quality and reliability was so significant of an impact on the economic growth that it was worth the investment. The University of California at Berkeley, along with the DOE, has done several studies that would say that the cost of power interruptions across our country is worth $80 billion annually. And since that time, those studies, they've even been events such as the Northeast Blackout, Sandy, and other natural and man-made disasters that probably, if the study was done today, would indicate a higher number. If you take that and look at it, correlate it to a city the size of Chattanooga, that would mean $100 million annually. Through the use of the communications network, layering on devices and sensors, we've already been able to make a 60% improvement in reliability in the Chattanooga area. We've seen businesses come to Chattanooga through the use of this network. Public and private groups getting together to market Chattanooga to own events such as a gig tank. Last year we had a gig tank. We brought in a group of companies and students that competed for a kind of competition. The winner of that last year was a company called Banyan that does version control in a secure online collaborative manner. They have, since they spent the summer last summer, they went back to Tampa and then decided to permanently move to Chattanooga due to the infrastructure and the quality of life in Chattanooga. This year we've had hundreds of applicants, so we'll be reviewing those to start with that. Dr. Bento Lobo with the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga did a study in 2011 and indicated this communications system and for the broadband and the electric value would be $560 million to our area and 3,600 jobs. In the last 3 years, the Chamber of Commerce studies would say that Chattanooga has added 4,800 jobs and with a capital investment of $1.3 billion. So we are seeing that the ultra-fast network is providing benefits to Chattanooga, and I think it's really just the start of what's to come.
Great, thank you very much. And our final presentation from William Wallace.
Great, thank you. Up to start with the slides, please, for US Ignite. Great. Again, I'd like to start with a quote from one of our board members, Bob Metcalf. He recalls an era when many wondered what we could possibly do with 50 kilobits per second. Now we've transformed entire sectors of the economy, and he mentions Application Explorer setting out to discover new applications once again that will have an equally transformative impact. Our mission at US Ignite is to accelerate the efforts of those applications explorers. We're a nonprofit organization with initial inspiration from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy and the National Science Foundation. We're focused on 6 areas that are vitally important to the U.S. economy: healthcare, education, public safety, energy, transportation, and advanced manufacturing. The names of our partners suggest how complicated it is to move these initiatives along. You can see from this chart, hopefully, not only equipment manufacturers, but network providers, research and education networks, universities, communities, and foundations. Our goals over the next 4 to 5 years is to facilitate creation of transformative applications, 60 of them, that are then deployed across 200 community test beds to be researched, developed, and tested. We're not a deployer of networks or a creator of applications, but we are a facilitator, a matchmaker, and a clearinghouse for our partners to make sure the best applications are deployed on next-generation networks. Let me take a minute to describe what we mean by next generation. The gigabit internet is not only about faster speeds, it's about completely changing how we approach nearly every sector of the economy as we transition to what we call an internet of immersive experience. There are 3 components to this immersive experience internet. One of them is network smarts. Rather than remaining a relatively static network, next-generation networks will be able to adapt on the fly using technologies such as software-defined networking and OpenFlow, which is a form of software-defined networking, so that applications can be matched by usage patterns of the people and devices online. Secondly, next-generation networks are going to be characterized by local cloud compute and storage capabilities. Instead of shipping data far away to server farms, neighborhood local clouds will permit us to store and interact with our data quickly, inexpensively, and securely. And third, symmetrical speed. Sheer speed is vitally important, obviously, but next-generation internet applications require symmetric speeds both ways. Many discussions tend to undervalue upload speeds. Immersive experience on the internet will mean that we need to be as much producers of content as consumers of content. We are in the process of facilitating applications, and there are 5 ways we're doing that. One is by leveraging prior National Science Foundation investments across universities in America. Secondly, we're asking our corporate partners and their labs and value-added developers to suggest new ideas for applications. We're working with communities that have great ideas, such as in Chattanooga and a SimCenter application, which is coming for disaster recovery and mitigation. Fourth, we are throwing in our own ideas as part of this mix. And then fifth, we've launched, along with National Science Foundation, the Mozilla Ignite Challenge, starting with hundreds of ideas that have been boiled down over the course of the last several months to 60 core ideas. Now, I'd like to take a minute just describing what next-generation applications might enable us to imagine. And this is drawing on one of the ones David featured. Imagine in this first one, low-cost, totally natural video conferencing from your home to further education and telehealth programs. Please stay at 11:30 to see some demos of applications like this. Remote surgery. Imagine having your surgery completely practiced by a surgeon on a virtual 3D model of your body before he or she makes that initial incision. Remote radiology. Imagine having your radiologist read from the emergency room after you've had an accident your own x-rays from home instead of having to wait 3 or 4 hours, potentially causing a life and death situation. Personal sensor networks. Imagine having much better data available to you about your own body, aggregated automatically and continuously, so you and your doctor can be alerted to potential threats to your health. Big data. Imagine being able to see analyses of your own genomic makeup from home. Virtual supercomputer. Imagine being able to contribute to drug design from your home in partnership with a local university. Public library apps. Imagine borrowing SPSS, Photoshop, or other expensive Pro Tools software from the comfort of your home or small business. SimCenter, which I mentioned a minute ago. Imagine your local public safety officials knowing that there's a toxic plume of chlorine gas loose in the community and reminding people where to go and what hospitals should be expecting. Remote process control. Please stay for the demo from George Adams from Purdue. Imagine engineers from across the U.S. working collaboratively on a new car design and 3D modeling of potential crash applications or test implications, not applications. And then finally, I'm going to jump to what we do across our partners. We strive to connect people, resources, and best practices. For example, communities that need apps and app developers that need communities, governments, or corporations to scale their applications. And in wrapping up, I'd like to say the Gigabit Internet of immersive experience will also require a different kind of thinking. It's a gigabit thinking. For as long as developers have been building applications for the Internet, they've faced bandwidth scarcity. I'm sure Blair Levin will speak about this afternoon. The result is that today's web developers organize, optimize their creations for speed, and minimize the amount of data to be delivered. Gigabit thinking means that instead of operating under those constraints, developers are encouraged to start over and create something great using virtually unlimited bandwidth. Stop compressing, stop buffering, stream everything, data, voice, video, all at once. And there are communities that are doing that today, and with some effort, there are many more communities that will embrace gigabit thinking and become applications explorers, much as Bob Metcalf mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have about a half an hour in which we'll take questions, some from me, some from the audience, some from people online. And we'll have specific questions for specific panelists, but let me start with a question for anybody. It's a question that tries to give people perspective, people who are not as immersed in the technology as you all are. Think about it in terms of video. Right? If we think about a high-definition movie being streamed to our homes, we think maybe it requires 6 to 17 megabits. So there's a lot of commercially available connections to the home now that are 50 megabits. Could be fiber, could be cable-based technologies. And that's a couple of high-definition movies at a time. It would help, I think, people get perspective if you could explain to us, any or all of you, what is needed that's faster than that. In other words, what needs to be done that kind of, say, 50 meg connection wouldn't do? What can people do with gigabit connections that they couldn't do with, say, 50 or other speeds about that? And in particular, who needs the access? In other words, we've talked some about business-to-business access, which traditionally in the United States has been higher capacity access. Are we talking about the need for access for all individuals, for certain populations, for business communities? Anybody want to take a shot at any aspect of that cluster of questions? David?
Yeah, thank you, John. Very interesting question. I think what we're about to see here is a fundamental transformation take place where we've been in the early stage of commercialization of the Internet, and we're now entering into a phase of commercialization of the Internet where the Internet is really going to represent the entire human experience. So when we're talking about video conferencing or video connectivity, the human experience is visual and oral. So imagine in a large metropolitan area now, on a Friday evening, 70,000 pizzas get ordered from your favorite pizza place over video within 2 hours. That will consume a lot of bandwidth. Then let's talk on Saturday morning when 175,000 young men and women are planning their dates for Saturday night. That's going to consume even more bandwidth. And then carrying that on to Sunday afternoon when they discuss their date the following day. This is just touching one tiny aspect of the human experience, and when you expand upon that into all types of human activity, the amount of bandwidth that will be consumed will be enormous. So that's a very desirable outcome. It will have strong economic development impacts, social impacts, and can only be done with a very scalable, high bandwidth architecture in place.
Anybody else?
I'll mention, Bill mentioned that Chattanooga, the SIM Center, is developing a disaster mitigation and has developed a disaster mitigation program. Basically what it does is models cities in 3D model of a city, and if some type of train derailment, any type of thing that would have some sort of pollutants or contaminants in it, it's designed to look at real-time weather sensors that would be tens of thousands located across a community, look at those, take those in real time, do a 3D model of what's going on with real-time weather, projected weather, and send out literally hundreds of thousands of messages to individuals on how to evacuate the area, how to go to things, how to change traffic flows. And so it's you can see that the next generation technology is totally different than what we're thinking today.
Got it. Dr. Ray, let me ask you about an aspect of this. You've been thinking about issues over a long period of time about technology in schools. And as people have watched the debate even casually know, in the 90s there were discussions about whether schools needed to be connected to the internet. In the first decade of this century, there were a lot of discussions about whether students needed laptops. Now, in this decade, the second decade, we're talking about gigabit connections.
Right.
What have you seen in terms of the impact of gigabit connections on educational outcomes? I don't mean by that simply the important testing questions,
Right.
but how children are actually able to learn what they take away from their school experience.
Right. Well, we know that there is a direct. Rarely will you find research that says when kids use technology, they become smarter. But you will always find research that says when kids are highly engaged in content that they are very familiar with, then you'll see academic success. So what we know is kids are highly engaged when they're in gaming environments, when they're in video environments, when they're in rich media environments. And so for instruction, what that means is we need to embed that media, that gaming, we call it gamification in education, but we need to embed that in our instruction so that we can reach kids where they are and pull them into the mastery that we need them to attain. We know that not only for our K through 12 students, but for our higher education students. And we also know that in order for kids to be successful in college and career, that they have to have technical literacy that is beyond anything we've known when any of us were in school. And that includes those of us that graduated just last year. So we know there's an expectation for technical literacy and digital literacy that is beyond our current comprehension. And trying to prepare them for that is going to require an enormous amount of bandwidth, I guess, to tell you.
And more education.
And enormous, and a shift in education, right, which you'll see in the Common Core, but it will grow beyond that.
Mr. Wallace?
Yeah, I'd like to add another example along the same lines.
Sure.
Imagine a STEM high school,
Right.
that is connected via gigabit network to Research University 3,000 miles away, and this is an actual proposal. Research University is doing marine biology studies and has marine microscopes evaluating the Pacific Ocean, microorganisms that cannot be seen without that microscope. Imagine students on the east coast of the U.S. immersively manipulating those microscopes themselves and being coached by research students and professors on the west coast 3,000 miles away. That's the kind of immersive experience that is going to drive STEM education to new heights in this country.
Got it. In fact, let's take an international moment. The chairman in his remarks talked about competitiveness issues facing the United States vis-a-vis other countries. Some of you have done work not just in the United States but internationally. David Sandell, for example, I know you've been involved not just in the project in Kansas City but also in Europe, projects in Europe and Asia. Do you see a difference of approach? Are there lessons we should be looking at from cities outside the United States?
Thank you, John. One of the initiatives that came out of Kansas City was the Gigabit City Summit. There's a global telepresence roundtable which allowed leaders from smart and gigabit city initiatives around the world to discuss issues of leadership, collaborative funding, and accelerating the economic development of their economies. There are three basic different sectors around the world. There's the Asian sector, the European sector, and the American sector, and they're all very different. The American Gigabit City Initiative is focused on innovation and entrepreneurship as a pathway to commercialization, which creates high-value job creation, improvements in local real estate value, and increased public and private sector opportunity. If we move over to Asia, and specifically Singapore, we have an almost opposite approach. We're looking at very high-density urban environments where the delivery of effective urban services is very important. So in Asian communities, smart city environments and connectivity is a simple business decision. There's no question about it. It provides more economic development upside. It allows for a more sustainable environment. Then in Europe, we have something that's sort of in between with their smart city initiatives, where Europe is focused on improvements in quality of life, reduction in energy consumption and carbon emissions. And all three of these different initiatives around the globe, what's interesting is smart cities have been going longer than gigabit cities, but smart cities are making enormous investments in leadership and planning organizations to harvest the benefits of this. So, for example, in Singapore IDA, Infocom Development Authority, has over 1,000 employees, which does nothing but focus the economic development of this entire infrastructure and planning cycle on behalf of their community. It's just a matter of time before we see this type of planning activities show up in the United States with gigabit cities as we learn to master the economic development impact.
May I address that from an educational
Sure, of
perspective?
Course.
So in Australia, they have a common curriculum as well, and ICT, or instructional technology, is an essential component of that curriculum. It's threaded throughout. In the UK, they have interactive whiteboards in every classroom, which allows teachers to have lesson plans that are in the cloud. And in Singapore, they have video conferencing in every classroom so that they connect across the country through video. I'm headed to Dubai in 2 weeks to meet with the ministries of education around blended and online learning. So in order for our students to be globally competitive, we've got to step up. We've got to be able to compete with what these other countries are doing in their educational systems to prepare their students for those communities.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, and the education issue is really pervasive. It's not only in schools, it's in our leadership organizations or economic development and regional planning organizations. It's across the board. But if we proceed with this type of thing, we will definitely succeed. There's no question about it.
Great, thanks. We've got our first audience question for David Wade. I think the background to this question is much of the conversation thus far has been about relatively densely populated places, cities. And so the question is, do you think Chattanooga is a model that could be replicated by other electric providers or co-ops to extend broadband in rural communities? Can you talk about what you're able to do now with your electric system?
Yes, well, the area we serve is 600 square miles, our electric system, and we have the fiber optic infrastructure that covers our entire service area. That's both rural and urban. Lots of our service area is very rural as well as dense. We go from over 100 homes per square mile to very less than 20 homes per square mile area. So we cover that. We've been able to take this communications and leverage it into value for our electric customers. In looking in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, reliability, we've already seen a 60% improvement there. Not counting those social benefits, just looking at the cost savings and the revenue that's coming back into our electric system, we believe that our customers would be paying 5% more for electricity had we not went in this direction than before.
Got it?
Yeah, I would just add to that, as a result of the BTOP program from Commerce and the BIP program within USDA, there's a significant amount of fiber that has gone into rural communities across the country, and we think this is a wonderful opportunity to take advantage, for those communities to take advantage of next generation technologies and deploy gigabit speed networks and future-proof those networks with these technologies.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. We talked about capacity earlier, but we probably didn't differentiate enough about the way capacity is used. So engineers talk about symmetric or asymmetric applications,
Mm-hmm.
right? The difference perhaps between me ordering a Netflix movie where I click my tablet computer and this movie comes back at me, as opposed when I'm traveling and talk to my wife on FaceTime, which is a more symmetric video conferencing application. As you're looking at the application developments that you've been talking about, what do you see here? Is upstream as important as downstream? Is it important that it be symmetric, reasonably symmetric? What do you think?
Without a doubt, our view is that it's very important as a competitive necessity to be symmetric, and not just if your download speeds are good, you're a consumer, but if your upload speeds are strong, you can be both a consumer and a producer. And 3D printing, advanced manufacturing is going to require our communities to have both upload and download speeds of nearly equal amount.
Got it. So you see that coming?
I would just add briefly to that large pipe symmetrical connections have been primarily available to businesses and data centers. So now that they're going to become available to individuals is an incredible enabler of individuals to do whatever they might want to do. And if they have that symmetrical capability and mobility, we're going to create a lot more industry around this type of infrastructure than if it was the other way around.
Got it. We've also got a question from the audience, which I'll paraphrase, and I think was to you, David Sandell. We're talking about mostly fixed access, but of course there's a lot of emphasis, and the chairman mentioned it in his opening remarks, on 4G, Wi-Fi, other forms of relatively high-capacity wireless broadband. Do you think wireless is scalable enough to achieve the kinds of goals the panel has been discussing? Or if not, what's the role of wireless in this picture?
Well, I had mentioned earlier that the first stage of the Internet development was around early commercialization, where we had this asymmetrical bandwidth and we're given incremental stages of growth and low-end wireless capability. We're now entering into the second stage of Internet development, which is around communitization. And communitization will include high bandwidth fiber capability and high bandwidth or growing bandwidth wireless capability. But I just see this as another stage. This is going to go on for a long time. I mean, we've been doing this for 15 years. We're going to see another big period of growth here through the next 20 years around gigabit, and then that's all going to evolve to whatever comes beyond that. And we don't know what it is, but I guarantee in 1993, none of us had a clue where we would be today. Not a clue. So that's just going to happen with gigabit combined with mobility, and then it's going to go into a third evolution. So the sooner we're prepared and the sooner we move forward, the sooner we'll do great things.
Let me talk a little bit about institutions, and this is our first online question. It's for Dr. Ray, somebody who's phrasing their question on a first-name basis, less formal than myself, I guess. The question is, I'm hoping Keisha could talk a little bit more about how the school is engaged with the public library, particularly around out-of-school learning and connecting parents, and how the library might support the personalized learning initiative.
Excellent. Well, in Nashville, we have a program called Limitless Libraries, and that is a public library, Nashville Public Library partnership with Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools school libraries, which are under my direction. And that partnership has increased our circulation by almost 80%. I mean, it's been a phenomenal partnership. And what that means for our students is they have access to library materials that they might not have access to if they don't live near or in close proximity to a public library. So they can go online, they can reserve materials that will be shipped to their school. They can also download ebooks or any of the videos that are available through the public library system directly to their personal device. usually on Wi-Fi. So our kids, we have a dense Wi-Fi infrastructure in our school district, and that's very important when you're teaching K through 12. So kids can walk through the halls at lunch and download an ebook and read it. They can walk through the halls at lunch and download a video that's a quick tutoring that they might have gotten from the public library, and then they read that tutor, or they watch that video and then go into their math class, and they're able to master their math that they might not have mastered 30 minutes before when they were not, viewing that video. So the public library system extends our resources exponentially, and not only do they have access when they're at school, but they have access when they're at home. So kids and parents can have access to magazines, DVDs, all of the resources that are in the public library direct to their home through the internet.
Got it.
And I would add applications as service. Imagine moving on beyond books and articles to include software services that a small business person working from their home could have access to if they have a gigabit connection. It's the greatest public commons, civic commons that we have, and let's extend that to the digital world as well.
Yep, great libraries make great cities.
In rural communities.
Everywhere.
So let's talk about, if we could, economic benefits for a minute. Maybe I'll start with David Wade on this, because I think you referenced in your opening remarks, I know it's been talked about, jobs in the thousands that have been created in Chattanooga. Can you tell, and you talked about one company that had been out of Chattanooga, then moved to Chattanooga, but help us understand that a little bit better. Obviously, there's a lot of conditions that go into job growth. How do we isolate what the impact of gigabit connectivity is like? What kinds of jobs are you seeing be created? In other words, are there certain kinds of jobs that are more likely to come to a community as a result of this kind of connectivity?
Well, I think we're seeing a wide variety of jobs for one. I think it's absolutely very difficult to isolate the one solo factor that would influence a business to locate in a particular area. It is certainly common that when you look at site selection companies and site selection magazines, that the top five contributors to making a determination where to locate, power and communications access are two of the top five almost every time. So I think it's hard to isolate those in terms of saying exactly what's driving the decision. We certainly have had individual companies, a company called HomeServe, company Claris, that have said publicly that this is the driver factor for them to locate in Chattanooga. Others, it's just one of many factors. I'm sure that that's the case as well. But we're seeing a wide variety of businesses from startup companies. Last 2 weeks ago, the under 30 CEO voted Chattanooga the top city of its size for young entrepreneurs. So we're seeing, and their statement in their website was that the gig city was the reason that they made that election too.
Got it. David?
Yes, thank you, John. Cities over the last 100 years have had a variety of different large-scale municipal infrastructure developments. The obvious ones are roads, ports, interstate highways, major intersections. To fund each one of those projects, what they've always done is started with an economic development impact statement. This is so well understood, it's unbelievable. So what my organization did, we decided to create the first economic development impact statement for a gigabit community. So in St. Louis, there's an initiative called the Loop Media Hub, which is what we refer to as a gigabit main street. It's a very small gigabit environment. It's only 2 miles long down our original main street through the most creative part of town. And we developed the economic development impact statement and researched the economic tables provided by local government and the federal government. And the document has not a single word of technology in it. It just strictly outlines what the revenue flows will be into the economy if you build X. And it also outlines what jobs will be created and the distribution of different types of jobs. For gigabit cities to move forward and to accelerate their deployment, I would recommend that every community develop an economic development impact statement. It makes it very clear to leaders, economic development executives, and planning organizations where the revenue will flow into the community if they build this, what will turn out to be inexpensive gigabit infrastructure.
Got it. Talking about building out, here's a question from the audience. Let me start with Dr. A, because I think some of your earlier comments may have touched on this, but invite anyone to speak to it. The question is, since not every community can build gigabit to every home right away, does it make sense to build gigabit to anchor institutions first and then extend to the home?
Absolutely. One of the initiatives that we have in our district is a community school initiative. And that means that our buildings are open beyond the school day and on the weekends and provide services to the community, including internet access. So our community members, predominantly students that attend that school and their families, would have access to the building and be able to get health care. They'll be able to get dental care. They'll be able to access the public library through our Limitless Library, and they'll be able to access computer classes and have internet access in the school. And so as long as we have that access, then it would certainly be extended to our constituents, our families.
Anybody else on this one? Then let me ask you, Mr. Wallace, a question, then we'll do a round for everybody to, as we get to the end of our time. But you've talked so much about apps and app developers. I wanted to ask you about what is sometimes seen as a chicken and egg question, which is if there's not gigabit capacity, app developers may not be incented to build apps that can take advantage of that connectivity. On the other hand, if there aren't apps, there's not an immediate benefit that's visible from the rollout of such connectivity. You're working with both communities and app developers. Which chicken do you put first?
Well, we're on the pull side, but it's obviously related. And we're finding that the more applications, imagination we have, the more pull there is for gigabit communities. And we're finding that just finding a few communities now, like in Chattanooga, like in Winona and Red Wing, Minnesota, like in San Leandro, generates some real interest. And you're seeing young folks, particularly the types of software developers that David mentioned, moving to these communities and creating economic growth. So, but it's both, and we think it's going to continue to be a virtuous cycle.
Got it. So let me ask everybody a last question, and we'll go in reverse alphabetical order this time. We've talked about a lot of kind of benefits. We've talked about economic and social benefits. We've talked about infrastructure and apps. We've talked about different forms of connectivity. If there were one lesson for each of you, if there were one lesson that you would want audiences to take away today about to the question that the panel is focused on, what can communities do with gigabit connectivity? If there were just one lesson that you could get everybody here to remember and recite by memory the rest of the day, what would that lesson be? Let's start with Mr. Wallace and move
Sure, I would
back
urge
to the panel.
Every community that is moving toward creating ultra-high-speed networks to bring their software developer community together and say, here's what you can do with a smart network, with a fast network, and with a network that has local cloud computing. This is radically different than the kind of software you've developed in the past.
Got it.
Free them to assume abundance of that bandwidth.
Got it. Mr. Wade?
I would say, for us, it's been the public-private partnership. It's been having a collaboration of companies, whether it is, we've got a Chattanooga Neighborhood Enterprise that's offering a $10,000 home incentive for certain type of code developers. So having public-private partnerships that see the value and collaborating together to attract businesses has been very beneficial to Chattanooga.
Got it.
An investment in gigabit infrastructure results in a very high economic development impact to the surrounding community. It creates high-value jobs, it improves real estate values, it improves public sector revenues, and generates more private sector opportunity. putting all those things together, if it's done and led in the right way, it puts any community on a global radar screen and part of the global economy.
Got it.
Okay. Having access to education is a game changer. Having access to high quality, rich, deep learning experiences is a life changer. And for a community to come together to make sure that every citizen in that community has that kind of access is a world changer.
Got it. Well, thank you very much. We're about out of time. We should thank the FCC staff, Dina, and your colleagues for putting this together and inviting us all to be here today. And of course, we should take a minute to thank each of the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think we should have panel 2 folks come up and. Thank you. And before we start the next panel, just one housekeeping matter. I want to let everyone know that the slides are taking a moment to come up, so they are coming. If they haven't been forgotten, they'll be moving quickly. And it is really my pleasure to introduce our moderator today, Dale Hatfield. For the few of you who don't know or haven't heard about Dale, he is a senior fellow at the Silicon Flatiron Center for Law, Technology, and Entrepreneurship at the University of Colorado Law School. He previously served here as the chief of the Office of Engineering and Technology, and immediately before that was the Commission's chief technologist. And he has nearly 50 years of experience in telecommunications policy and regulation, and holds degrees in electrical engineering and industrial management. And Dale will introduce the panel.
Thank you very much. I have done 2 different tours here at the commission, so it's always great to be back, and especially to be such an honor today to be able to moderate this panel with such a distinguished group of experts and such an important topic. The topic, of course, of this panel is becoming a gigabit community, and I look around the room. I think I'm probably close to the oldest person in the room, so I thought I would take just a moment here to trace something. I'm just sort of curious. I won't ask for a show of hands of people who have heard of farmer lines. Let me give you a little bit of background. It doesn't sound relevant to what we're talking about, but it really is. After the expiration of the Bell patents around the turn of the century, the equipment to be able to build telephone exchanges, of course, and so forth became available. And of course, the Bell system had focused mostly on the major urban areas, as you would expect. But with the expiration of the patents, it meant that small communities and things like people could go out and actually buy equipment and actually create their own local telephone company, if you will. So that sort of intrigues me. A lot of the thousands of independent telephone companies that rose up, I think most of those rose up by local activities. But it went beyond that. What intrigues me is oftentimes it would be the doctor, the local pharmacist, or whatever that would be the economic emphasis because they saw the value of having telephone service in town. But I think at the time, the numbers that I recall, maybe there might be 40 people pass per mile in town, and there might only be 2 people per mile in a rural area. And so what happened, this is really intrigues me, is what happens. Farmers would get together, and they would create their own line connecting to the telephone exchange in town. I got interested in this. It's not talked around much anymore. I got very interested because of local loop unbundling. Now, let's don't go there, but that's what intrigued me. But more important, I thought it was a wonderful example of people at the local level understanding the value of, at that time, just telephone service. and actually went out. So some people would contribute poles. If they had timber, they would contribute poles. Other people would contribute to wire, because you could go to the Sears and Roebuck catalog or the Montgomery Ward catalog and buy the stuff. And they actually created then telephone lines that were owned by the farmers, connected to the telephone network in town. Anyway, and I think when I look at some of those initiatives and I compare it to some of the things that we'll hear today, I see a rather remarkable amount of similarity, including discussions of what the role of the company in town should be versus what the terms of interconnection of that line should be. All those sort of things that are with us today. But I apologize for my starting out. But when I was given the topic in this panel, I couldn't resist the opportunity to comment on farmer lines. In fact, just one more comment. I remember when I was doing the research, I talked to some people, telephone pioneers, asking them about farmer lines, and I believe this, don't hold me to this, but I think the last farmer line was still in existence in Colorado up into the 1940s. Now, it may be other places, maybe even later, but at least up into the 1940s. And so here again, local activities played an enormous role in the early beginning, the rollout of telephone service. Following that, of course, we had then all the, access charges and sort of related things. REA and RUS came in and so forth. But a lot of that early development occurred through individual actions. So let me then introduce each of our panelists. And again, they're in alphabetical order, which is very helpful. Our first panelist, Jim Ballard. Got it right, Jim? Good. He's president of the Ballard Herbst Law Group. He's recognized by the Fiber to the Home Council as the nation's most experienced and knowledgeable attorney on public broadband matters. He was named NATOA's first Community Broadband Visionary of the Year in 2007. I kind of religiously follow Jim's postings on various websites. Our next panelist is Gary Evans. He's a senior consultant at the Hiawatha Broadband Communications. He's a member of the Blandin Foundation's Broadband Strategy Board and the Minnesota Governor's Broadband Task Force. And he's past president of the Winona Area Chamber of Commerce. Further down, Mark Hoyt. He's vice chancellor for information technology at North Carolina State University. Since arriving at the university, has worked to develop an IT governance structure, strategic operating plan, and launched a number of key foundational projects to improve efficiency and effectiveness of IT on campus. Finally, at my far left is Tony Perez, who's director of the Seattle Office of Cable Communications. He's president-elect of the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Advisors, NATOA. And he spearheaded a multi-year exploration of a next-generation fiber to the home network in Seattle. So there are four distinguished panelists. We'll follow the same format where each panelist will speak for about 5 minutes. And then I think I'll depart a little bit, maybe give the panelists an opportunity if they would like to react to each other's presentations, and then we'll launch into some questions that I have, and hopefully we'll get lots of questions from you in the audience and from our remote people who are watching via the video streaming. So with that, Jim, would you
Thank you.
Presentation?
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here with the distinguished individuals in the audience and across the country who have been looking at these issues. I'm very grateful to Chairman Janikowski and his staff for putting this together. I just hope that his successor, whoever that may be, has the same philosophy and continues this initiative and expands it because it's so important. In just 5 minutes, I'm going to try to concentrate on strategies for becoming a gigabit network and leave to Q&A perhaps drivers of success and potential pitfalls. And in order to understand these strategies, it's important to start by understanding the goals of communities that have moved toward gigabit. Let me also clarify that I'm going to be speaking generally about fiber to the home rather than gigabit. I view gigabit as iconic, as a state of mind, but fiber to the home will support gigabit whether systems currently are offering it or not. They can. And I'm also going to share with you that my perspective on this begins with working with the communities that a century ago electrified themselves when the private sector was not electrifying the nation as quickly as many communities wanted. And the kind of thinking of communities that did that 100 years ago is very significant in terms of framing their goals. That's because they view advanced communications networks as essentially being the electricity of this century, the platforms and drivers of just about everything that is important to us, even today, but certainly more so going forward, as David Sandel illustrated in his comments. And so if you look back 15 years ago to the PowerPoint presentations and articles and discussion among the pioneering communities that developed fiber networks, you will see discussion of their implications, not necessarily for triple play of voice, video, and data, but their potential implications for economic development and educational opportunity and access to modern health care and transportation and energy and environmental protection, and all of these things importantly happening at the same time over the same platform. And so the early pioneers typically followed a developmental path. They first met their own needs as utilities, then they served government institutions, then they participated shoulder to shoulder with their local governments in attempting to drive economic development. So you'll see them serving large institutions and industrial parks and things like that. And then they'd reach an inflection point, and they'd have to decide whether to move from doing that to serving the community as a whole. And some of them decided to go no further. Others decided to go right all the way to the home and financed full community projects. Others, and particularly more recently, have set as a goal serving everyone, but stepping into it over a series of steps, serving anchor institutions and large institutions and businesses first, and eventually moving out. Danville, Virginia is a good example of that. And so most of the early fiber projects, even today, are driven by communities that have their own electric utilities. There have been a number of other communities that don't have their own electric utilities that have partnered with the private sector to develop their networks. Examples are Utopia in Utah. Powell, Wyoming has an electric utility but did not develop their network with a private utility. They did it with a partner. Red Wing, San Leandro are examples of that. Now we're seeing a variety of new models under development, and we'll see where they go. Most municipal electric systems that developed cable systems years ago have hybrid fiber coaxial networks, and a number of those are or will be upgrading to fiber. An example is Cedar Falls Utilities in Iowa. There are projects that are driven by the electric side, as Chattanooga was originally. An example of that is Opelika, Alabama, which is essentially taking the Chattanooga model and applying it in a smaller community. There are a number of stimulus-driven middle-mile projects that are now thinking about how to marry middle mile with last mile. The Department of Agriculture funded many small cooperative and small ILEC fiber to the home project, and part of the interesting discussion today is how to make those work in conjunction with one another. We have the GigU initiative and Gigabit Squared's initiative, which you'll be hearing about later, and we have dozens of other things that are under consideration today. This is a very, very fertile time, and for all of the reasons that we've been hearing, and I'll just stop there and pick up later.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks also to our moderator, to Dina and her staff, and to the chairman for convening this. In addition to being Hiawatha Broadband Senior Consultant, recently retired as its CEO. I'm not sure that Dale's older than I am, but I'm pretty sure that both of us wish we were younger today, given what's happening in the world.
I'll stipulate to that.
For those of you who believe that rural America has neither the need for broadband or the appetite to use big broadband, I'm hoping today to at least change your minds. I also don't want you to believe that rural Americans are unable to support broadband networks sufficiently to make them pay. HBC's journey began in 1992, making it and my entrance into the broadband world something of pioneers, I think, in this space. And we have found that profitability is clearly the result of 4 very simple words: do the right thing and everything works out. We were first known as Luminet, which was a not-for-profit education initiative. We leased an all-fiber network, but the only thing we could do with it back then was video conferencing. As we got to voice services and data services, other technologies then had to be used. We built our first network in 1997 as we converted to a for-profit company, but rewarded our not-for-profit community with 39% of the company as it was created. And we built our first fiber-to-the-home plant in 2005. Today, there are 10 fiber-to-the-home or gigabit networks that we operate, and I would point out to you that in our case, all 10 of our mature markets, we have just finished building 6 communities, are larger today than they were when network construction started. I think pretty emphatic evidence, although anecdotal, of the value of broadband networks. Our formula has really been quite simple. Build fiber-rich networks and enlist those firms that provide materials and construction services as partners to create win-win situations. Once our networks are built, exemplary service and repeated customer interactions are used to ramp up penetration rapidly. HBC's mature markets range from 63 to 78% market share, and we are not the low-price provider in any of those communities. So 20 years later, we're still building, still achieving solid results, and still investing in new networks. Our newest market is Red Wing, Minnesota, a community of 16,000 residents an hour south of the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Red Wing's appetite for broadband began in 2001. It wasn't until 2011 that we told them that we were going to satisfy their need, and everything then sort of came into sync. 10 months later, we were invited to become a charter U.S. Ignite member, and 4 months later, Red Wing was selected as our Ignite community. Bill Wallace visited Red Wing in August 2012, and plans that day literally began for the series of steps that Red Wing would take to embrace the opportunity. I wasn't surprised at that. Dale mentioned farmer lines. On Christmas Eve 1923, electricity lighted an outdoor Christmas tree on a farm west of Red Wing, the first experimental rural electric line in the world. So we're simply helping them continue their pioneering adventure, if you will. The community now has many steps underway. Its first step was to determine that it wanted to grow its next generation of entrepreneurs and businesses by virtue of the Ignite initiative. It now has a building. It has filed for not-for-profit status. It has raised operating funds, and its business incubator for people who will develop public safety and healthcare apps will hold its grand opening in April. But it had a next step as well. It wasn't just enough to create the business incubator. By the time Red Wing launched its Ignite initiative publicly in January of this year, it had decided that there needed to be help for companies coming out of incubation to start their businesses in Red Wing. At the launch, although no ask was made, Red Wing raised 3/4 of its first phase goal of $1 million for that angel fund without asking anybody to contribute. We're very proud of Red Wing, and we're proud to have provided another community with new hope.
Thank you.
So hopefully you can grab the slides up because I didn't bring any notes with me. Thank you for having me. I want to share with you a little more maybe immature project, one that's going on right now, and it's called NC Engine. It's in the Research Triangle, and it's a collaboration from all of the entities in that area. There we go. Thank you. So let me jump on. We're a big believer in the statement that university communities are a great place to seed innovation. And clearly the Research Triangle is one of those incubator and innovation spots. It's a community where we have innovators, we have startups, we have large corporations, we have top-flight universities, we have excellent education systems, we have all the components that have the makings for a future economy, and we believe we're the spot that's going to help do that. So we're trying something a little unique. There are 10 of us, 6 municipalities and 4 universities that have banded together in order to create a request for proposal to ask somebody to come in and help us with our assets and with our components and our demand to build a gigabit community. It's unique in that, one, we had 10 attorneys get together that all agreed on a common RFP and a common set of tools and a common contract. That in itself is probably a minor miracle, and I should quit now. We started with collaboration by working with businesses. If you look at what we did, we went out and worked with our chambers of commerce, with local businesses. We have reached out to the community. We're looking at the demand and on all those things. We have a group called the Triangle J Council of Government, which works on municipal interests such as transportation across the counties, such as waste disposal and all of those types of issues that cross boundaries, and we went to them to help them be our partner in this. And we issued that RFP, which the due date is April 1st, and all the folks in the community who are potential providers, we hope that you're working hard because we're anxiously awaiting submissions. There are a bunch of goals in there, and they're the same things that you expect and you've been hearing. People are asking, what do you need gigabit for? When that first big brick cell phone came out, nobody envisioned doing FaceTime from your cell phone. Nobody envisioned the the fishermen out in their little single boats doing spot prices on fish and going to a different port to get the sales. It's the innovation platform. When the railroads were built, you didn't know that you were going to get all those things out of it that happened in all those businesses. It's about building that infrastructure that allows us to leapfrog and do that next generation innovation, and we're going to be one of those places that does that. So if you look at those goals, and it's not dropping the education. Look, I'm an education community. You heard about what's going to happen in education. It's already transforming. If you look at massively open online courses, 100,000 students in one course at one time online, and it's going to be it's going to exceed our expectations, and we're looking forward to it. And we can't forget the digital divide. The prices have to be accessible to people so that they can contribute, they can be a part of society. We can't separate society and do that. And that's what the goals that you'll see up there are. We have businesses that have written support letters that have bought into what we're doing. They're willing to support it. They're willing to participate. Everything from people like some of the medical centers that said, look, I've got clinics. I've got to decide where to put my clinic. I've got workers that can't come in, that have to work and do MRIs and remote readings and all the things you heard about metal technology, to the engineering firms that want to be able to build things and do the online simulations and all the work, to the research centers that we have that are doing sensors on the human body that are going to collect terabytes of data over time for communities in order to allow medicine to happen. We need those to work. As a final takeaway, some of the things that we did to make this work, it is a joint effort. It's a public-private partnership. Duke University is one of our partners, as you saw that in there. It's public or private university, public universities. We're hoping to get a private entity to come in to handle that. We are not going to run this network. Right? We don't want to run the network. We don't want to. We want to. However, we have assets to share. We have things that we can bring the costs down. We have things that we can do to make this better. The three things I listed up there are the three things that a community needs to do in order to make what we believe they need to do for the RFP. Available assets. What do you have? What can you make it available? How can you share it? Demand. What demand do you have so you can show the demand in order to make a profitable venture? Because if the business can't make money, it's not going to work for us either. And then you have to have a strong team to keep pushing it, because I'll tell you, it's been a fun adventure to get everybody together. And I think that ends me up.
Great. Thanks.
Mark, thanks.
I think my slideshow should be coming up here shortly, too. Just press here to keep it advancing it. Okay. Hi, I want to thank the Commission for inviting me here from Seattle to talk to you a little bit about our experience. And I also want to lend my voice to those want to congratulate the chairman for his vision of and challenge of a gigabit community across all 50 states. Our first slide here, we're saying Seattle's road to gig should more accurately reflect that there are many paths to gigabit connectivity and fiber to the home. If I can leave behind one message today, is that once a community has made a decision to seek a gigabit, it should think creatively and explore many approaches simultaneously, no matter how incremental at first. These can include an inventory of your assets that can be leveraged for fiber to the home, incorporating conduit and fiber construction into planned public works projects, aggregated demand. In short, begin to exploit all available opportunities to move the ball downfield. What we see here in this slide is what we have found through our association with GigU. Seattle and the University of Washington successfully responded to an RFP by Gigabit Squared and recently entered into a memorandum of understanding and a letter of agreement with the company to work together to investigate building a gigabit network in 14 Seattle neighborhoods that are illustrated on the map in the shaded areas. What the map does not illustrate is that 38 or so buildings that offer rooftops for the placement of antennas, where Gigabit Squared plans to serve the areas that are initially not served by fiber. Gigabit Squared plans to provide up to gigabit connectivity using point-to-point microwave services. Last year, at the urging of Mayor Mike McGinn, Seattle Council passed an ordinance that, at first time, made the excess capacity of the city's public fiber network available for use by the private sector. interest in using it has been very strong, and we expect additional parties to build gigabit capability in other parts of the city. So our goal is through Gigabit Squared or with other players to bring this level of connectivity to all sections of the city. Gigabit Squared is currently conducting detailed engineering, market analysis, business plan development, and securing funding for network construction. The city is facilitating this effort by providing support in association with the city and the University of Washington's brand. We're also providing a single point of contact to coordinate activities among city's department and other public agencies. We're also facilitating access to our public fiber, messenger wires, conduit, co-location in buildings, rooftop towers, land, and providing timely pole permitting and make-ready work. Once Gigabit Squared has completed its initial activities, they and the city will enter into a more definitive agreement. Plans call for fiber to the home and businesses in the 14 target areas. Those areas will also feature robust Wi-Fi access in public hot zones. As I mentioned earlier, Gigabit will provide the point-to-point wireless microwave services in the areas where additionally it doesn't deploy with fiber. Full build-out is expected to take about 24 months. I wanted to have a few notes about the project. Gigabit Squared will own and operate the network, but it has agreed to a city's requirement to provide an open access platform. This came from our concern about the monopoly properties of fiber to the home. Gigabit Squared will also pay for all costs of permitting, leasing facilities, use of city staff time, etc. There will be no city money involved in the build-out and operation of the network. It will pay for all costs of pole attachment and make-ready work at published rates. The city will provide the same considerations to any entity that wants to work with us to bring fiber to the home to significant numbers of city residents. In lieu of making payments for the use of city-owned non-utility access facilities, Gigabit Squared may offer the city, at the city's discretion, bandwidth services to low-income residents in return for payment. In our next slide, I wanted to suggest that we were in a strong position to respond to the Gigabit Squared RFP because we have been working to explore the feasibility of fiber to the home for a decade. In 2005, our Task Force on Telecommunications Innovation issued a report calling on the city to take the steps necessary to bring FTTP, fiber to the home, to Seattle. The reason was that unless we had next-generation infrastructure, Seattle would lose its competitive edge and as a leader of global technology. It's interesting to note that at the time, the task force suggested that true broadband begins at 20 to 25 megabits per second in both directions. Since then, the thinking has evolved to 100 megabits, and today we see as 100 megabits per second falling short, and we welcome the opportunity to work with Gigabit Squared and others to bring gigabit connectivity to Seattle. So this vision, the statement here, has animated our efforts over the years, and we have had approaches of working with public-private partnership, looking at building it ourselves. We found the cost to be prohibitive, and then we went back under Mayor McGinn's leadership, seeking a public-private partnership for this effort. The years since the release of the task force have only validated their findings. While on a visit to Amsterdam to learn about their fiber to the home project, we became acquainted with the influential work of economist Carlota Perez, no relation. At the risk of oversimplifying, she demonstrates that economic growth occurs in successive surges. Each surge lasts approximately 40 years and is driven by technological revolutions underpinned by critical infrastructures. At first, there's a period of fast implementation of new infrastructure and products fueled by speculation, which creates a financial bubble that ultimately bursts. This downturn is followed by a period where capital is allocated to more productive uses, and investment policies and regulation come into harmony to spread the benefits of the new technology through society and its economy. It is my hope that we are at this point. Only time will tell. More recent confirmation of the task force wisdom came in this slide from Google that illustrates the almost exponential growth in computing power and storage compared with the more linear growth in available bandwidth. What that gap really represents is lost opportunities for innovation and competition. So one of the things we want to do is bring those, make those graphs align a little better. Finally, I want to add that for Seattle, the fundamental question was who would decide the drivers that will shape the future contours of broadband in our community. And through Mayor McGinn's leadership, the answer has been that the city has to take a strong role in this. It's very important, and we see the killer app of gigabit networks as being that the network will never become a constraint to the imagination, and that the software talent in Seattle will work to create new applications and services to address the pressing economic and social needs in our community. Thank you, and I'm sorry I went a little long.
I thought we might start if there's any interaction among the panelists to what you heard.
Sounds like we're all saying that we're all on board.
Yeah. Let me start out then with a question. It's not entirely clear to me, and maybe Jim, you can help me frame it from the lawyer standpoint. But clarify a little bit more the regulatory status of what you're doing. Are you operating as a common carrier? What is your relationship maybe with the regulators? So walk me through that in each case a little bit of what your status is in terms of your regulatory status. Gary, for example, are you a common carrier, for example?
We are a CLEC, and we also have video franchises and are a privately held company.
Mm-hmm. Jim, maybe you could help me frame the question even a little bit. Thank you.
Dale, I would say if your question is how are you regulated, as opposed to what state barriers you need to cope with, and so on and so forth.
Both. Okay.
All right. Let me start with how you're regulated. You're generally regulated in the same way that providers of similar services are regulated, and to the extent that, for example, broadband providers are lightly regulated, if at all, that would also apply. If a public entity were providing CLEC services, in most cases they would be regulated in the same way. They may not be regulated in all ways by the same institutions, depending on what state laws might be. In some cases they may be regulated by the local body. In other cases they might be regulated by the State Public Service Commission. Where we're talking about federal regulation, there's virtually no difference between public and privately owned providers.
Let me just clarify. When you talk about a common platform, the all IP platform, it's in the old days, of course, it was separate. So now you're talking about a single platform for doing all this. So you have multiple, perhaps obligations, perhaps on a single platform then.
Well, let me start by saying that looking at the federal level, when you're providing services over IP networks, the Federal Communications Commission has not classified many services provided over IP, but has adopted regulation of discrete activities such as E9, 911, and so on and so forth. All of those requirements would apply to public communications providers over IP platform the same as they would a private sector entity. Now, also, the other side of the coin that you asked about earlier is state regulation, state entry regulation. There are a number of states that have enacted barriers to entry. Fortunately, most states have not, and those that currently have should all be rolled back, in my opinion, as the National Broadband Plan recommends, and as Chairman Janikowski has recently confirmed in his comments that helped us in our battle in Georgia. There's so much at stake. We can't exclude any kind of entity in America that can contribute to our global competitiveness, and state barriers in some cases. They all differ, so you have to address them as they exist, but all of them prevent communities in one way or another in stepping forward and helping to meet the goals that we as a nation need to meet.
Mark and Tony, do you have?
So we're approaching this in a slightly different fashion. We're not regulated because we're not providing any service. What we are doing is working as a coalition to provide assets and aggregate demand and help connect with the education institutes and entities and the business entities to provide that demand. We have city regulations on what we can lease and what we can't lease, but the cities get to set those. And so we're just like renting a building the city owns, we're leasing fiber that the city owns. And hopefully that between those things we're going to be able to get an entity to come in and do that.
That entity then would?
They would be subject to whatever regulations are there, but again, as a IP service, there are very few regulations on what they can do as compared to if you're running a telephone service.
Tony?
I would agree with that. I mean, the processes we have for access to the right-of-way are well defined. All the parties know what those are, what the costs are. One of the things that we are doing is looking, and we agree with the experience in Kansas City, that we can look at our processes to respond more to a broader build-out as opposed to an incremental upgrades to facilities. So that's one thing that I think that we can do. As far as to regulation of the services themselves, we're not quite sure yet how an IP provider would provide video services, or whether that would implicate cable franchising in Seattle. We're one of the states where state cable franchising is still done at the local level. So we'll wait to see more of what the business model is and what the plan are for providing the various services.
You made a key point that I want to jump in on, is that but because of our coalition, we are trying to get the municipalities to reduce or improve any restrictions or any difficulties the entity that comes in to try and do this has. So support for permitting, ease of ways to get right of way so that we can make the bureaucratic process, we won't change the laws, but we will make it perhaps easier to get the permitting through, as in giving it some attention and doing those kind of things.
Jim, did it look like you were leaning forward there? Did you?
No, I'm just
okay.
Rapt attention to what my colleagues are saying.
Gary, I'm really interested in your discussion about in serving the rural areas and being able to do so profitably. And I think I grasp pretty well your corporate or your sort of way you want to treat customers and all that, and but I'm still grappling with the fundamental economics when you look at cost per subscriber. I mean, what's your secret sauce in terms of being able to provide people in rural areas service profitably? It's I wouldn't say counterintuitive, but it's at least interesting from.
There are a lot of people who suggested, as we rolled out our intentions, that we were probably candidates for St. Peter, which is a mental hospital in Minnesota. I think there are a number of keys to success. I think the first is that our founders were very generous in their investments. Okay, I think our roots as a not-for-profit company provided us with some tools that standard for-profit companies probably wouldn't have. In other words, we were less driven by the bottom line than most companies, although we became profitable in the same amount of time as monopoly companies became profitable, which is very interesting to me. But I think the biggest key is the point I made about not having business associations but partnerships. I know when Mr. Levin was involved with writing the National Broadband Plan that our cost of construction was the subject of many discussions here because it was considerably lower than average cost. And that's simply because we sit down with our contractors and our vendors, explain to them what our business plan says and where we have to be on cost of construction and materials, and we try to work with them to create win-win situations that allow us to exist profitably, so we have that cash to invest in new networks.
Let me just ask a follow-up. I'm an engineer by training anyway, and it's interesting that in the urban areas that Tony seems to be, that they're may use some wireless, and I think you have some wireless in your footprint. But talk to me a little bit about the use of wireless in trying to get to the gigabit type rates in your experience. And
happy to. Point-to-point wireless, I think, still has a real place in what we're trying to do in reaching those areas in our footprint that are difficult to reach. And I think the big issue with wireless is still coming. We have begun researching and looking at and being enthralled with precision agriculture. One of the major farm equipment manufacturers said in November, if you don't have fiber, you probably won't be farming in the future. But that will still be a combination of fiber to the farm and wireless to the tractor, if you will. So I think the technologies can work hand in hand. If you're talking about multiple service wireless, though, that's a totally different thing.
Yeah. Jim, do you want to?
Yes, I'd like to pull a couple of things together and give a response that I hope will help people to separate issues and think about them differently. Tony's got a different set of challenges than rural areas have. None of our major cities is on the world's list of top connected cities by some measures. Rural areas have density issues, and yet in some ways it's easier to develop a fiber network in a rural area than it is in a major city. And it's very important that we separate our thinking about what the challenges and what the solutions are. It's very problematic if you look for a single solution and then try to apply that in all circumstances, because you don't really do any good by doing it that way. One example is right-of-way management. For example, the thought might be that because what has worked for Google in Kansas City, or is working for Google in Kansas City, is a good thing, that one should apply that everywhere as though it would automatically work everywhere. In other words, if a city managed its right-of-way in the way that Kansas City did without a Google offering it the opportunity to get a gigabit network, that would not necessarily mean that a Google or other company is going to follow up. It's a give and take. Each situation needs to be guided by what's before it, and I worry sometimes when I hear solutions in one place touted as being solutions everywhere. We need to be very careful about doing something like that.
Thank you, Jim. I can show you here. My next note was tease out the differences between the rural and urban.
If I can expand on that,
Tony,
a little bit
please.
and just take a different direction. Getting back to Carlotta Perez's insights, and that we may be entering a period where capital is being allocated to more productive uses, and our policies and regulations are coming into alignment so that we can spread the benefits of gigabit technology throughout our society and economy. As part of those policies, I think we need to understand that no matter what some communities do to try to get gigabit, they may be unable to attract a private partner to do that, to come to their community. Also, in some states, some communities may believe that they are best positioned to bring gigabit because they can take a long view on infrastructure investment and have more expansive definitions of ROI that include social and economic benefits and other positive externalities that may not be captured in a bottom line analysis of the business opportunity. So with that in mind, and I hope that consistent with history, that some of the policies that we look at is to see if what we can do to eliminate existing prohibitions on about 20 states prohibit or severely limit the ability of their communities to build these networks and basically define their own broadband futures. So that's just something I want to put out there for consideration.
I have our first question here from the audience, and maybe I can turn to it, and it's for Gary. What is the smallest community you have worked with? What is the most rural area you can serve and have it be economically feasible?
Our smallest community is 68 passings. It's an interesting community in some ways because we got there because they didn't have an emergency warning system. But that 68 passings community is growing today and has 3 university professors teaching courses in South Dakota, in Arizona, and I think in South Korea because of the network. And I think that, my view is that rural America survivability is going to depend largely upon the existence of the network. It was the steel rail in the 19th century. It was the electric or copper wire in the 20th. And I think that little strand of fiber that's thinner than the things we suture wounds with is going to be the major platform of this century.
Tony,
I was going to say, I agree with that. Our challenge is nothing less than replacing the existing 19th and 20th century copper infrastructure with fiber. That's the long view, and it's inevitable. When you think about it, copper networks are still sending signals by modulating an electrical current over a copper wire, as opposed to sending photons at the speed of light through glass fibers.
So one thing that we have noticed is we don't expect to turn this on tomorrow. We know that there's a transition phase, and you have to plan and figure and get it out. So in some of our underserved communities, we fully expect a temporary, as in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, wireless solution until we get fiber to the home. But in the future, my belief is fiber to the home, fiber to the premises is going to be critical, because the bandwidth demands will not be able to be achieved by wireless that we're going to eventually be needed.
That's a real, it's dear to my own heart, let's put it that way. I have another question here from the audience, and Mark, this is for you. It says, in North Carolina, the state DOT, that's Department of Transportation, owns and maintains much of the road network. How do you balance the community's desire for the accelerated build-out of these networks with the state's interest in preserving its road networks? I've heard that asked other places. I'd be interested in your...
So I'm going to tell you a little interesting background. My educational degrees are in civil engineering, so there's a nice correlation here. I work with the Departments of Transportation a lot. You can do both. We all know you can do both through careful planning and good management. As a matter of fact, I actually premised to our to our state DOT that maybe they should be consider being the incentivizer or the support, and look at a new business model of supporting fiber for a private industry that runs the networks. Why couldn't they take that? I mean, they're running infrastructure. Why don't they add that infrastructure? They already have fiber to run cameras throughout most of their infrastructure. Why don't they start becoming the break, fix, and repair and installation group for fiber for the nation, and offload that effort to support those assets, to then lease them back to communities that need them, and lease them back to private entities to build. Okay. So I think there are partnerships, and we're having those discussions. Whether it can happen or not, I'm not there yet, but we're looking at it.
Yes, Gary?
I just wanted to note that I think that those departments, the Department of Transportation and the broadband industry, ought to be working like this. I mean, Dig Once is something that's been supported. I think it's essential. It's going to be part of our proposal as a broadband task force in Minnesota to the legislature. So when highways are constructed, big pipes, big conduit pipes will go in to facilitate broadband construction in the future.
Jim, you were leaning forward again.
Yes. I'd just like to pick up on the thought of this being a transitional period. It is very much a transitional period, and that has multiple implications in many ways. But to me, the single most important question that all of us should be asking is, what will it take for America to continue to be a great nation, a leading nation in the world? And that question seems to answer itself when you frame it that way. The president last summer issued an executive order to the government agencies telling them to work out coordination on things such as access to public rights of way and facilities. And in many ways, the government alone can't do this. We need to be working together with the public and private sectors. We may be a little bit ahead as the public sector thinking about the economic and educational and other benefits and how to achieve those. But our private sector has to come along sooner or later, or we will not remain a competitive nation in this global economy. And I would very much like to see the private sector also engaged in using their services in support of economic development and educational opportunity, more so than they have in the past. I know they're moving toward it, but we need to move together more quickly. because in this transitional phase, if we don't come out of it doing these things sensibly, we will not continue to be a great nation for the rest of this century and beyond.
The sort of elephant in the room here a little bit in my mind is the incumbents. We've not really talked of your experience with the incumbents, and I can see this sort of some dimensions. I've heard about opposition in some cases, heard about cooperation in some cases, and one of the things that intrigues me a little bit is the so-called yardstick competition. By going out and doing the sort of things you're doing, providing sort of a roadmap, or that, hey, proving it can be done in rural areas and things like that. So there's sort of a mix of incentives there and so forth, relationships. So I would be very interested in the minute or two before I give you a chance to wrap up what the relationships are, positive and negative, with incumbents.
So I'd like to jump on that in that I have maybe a Pollyanna view that this is an opportunity for the incumbents. The model is changing. It may be 5 years, it may be 30 years, but the model is changing. And this is an opportunity to help figure out that change and be a part of it and make a success for all of us. And so that's why we're looking for a partnership. It's a chance to experiment in a small area, learn new models, learn new ways to do things, and help with that transition. And so that's the way I view it, and I'm hoping that the people who are submitting view it that way also.
Tony, would you?
I absolutely agree. The one thing I would note, though, is that their model, the incumbents' model, has to change. They're no longer monopolists. That's the first thing. The second thing is that they need to understand that network improvement is a real necessity where they operate for their future. So I hope that they will come along realizing that their future, along with the future of this country and the world, depends upon them to begin to change the model and the paradigm that they work in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say, in our case, we've offered the same opportunity to work with the city to our incumbents. If they are willing to work with us to bring fiber to the home, we're happy to work with them. I think that also that given that we're moving to an open platform, we welcome them to provide competitive services over an existing fiber network. But I think the key here, as others have stated, is that we are in transition and the model is changing. The business model is changing from one of scarcity and billable services to one of abundance, creativity, innovation, and new products and services.
Jim, do you want to?
Right, and I'd like to just tie what you said about yardstick competition back to this discussion, because when you said that, you reminded me of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's speech in 1932 in Portland, in which he talked about this very thing. Among other things he said in that speech was that in most instances, if consumers are being served well with good quality services and affordable rates, they will not step forward to compete with the private sector. But the very ability that they have to provide for their own needs is one of the greatest incentives to the private sector to step up and stay ahead of the curve. And the fact that there are some entities out there showing the way helps to define what the proper cost and other parameters are. When I say that, to me, hope springs eternal that the incumbents will in fact see that this is an opportunity for them and step forward and work with us. The problem is that at least with some of them, we have a very long way to go in reaching that point. If those of us here and listening or watching can envision a state law that says that if a community has 3 megabits of bandwidth available to anyone in the faster direction, that means that they have adequate broadband there and should not be thinking about providing gigabit networks or anything else. That's, in my view, immoral and absurd on its face. And yet, that's what we fought in Georgia this year. Yeah. So we have a long way to go with some of the incumbents, and with others, I hope that path is shorter, particularly if they view public networks as being resources for them, and if they view communities as being opportunities for them to participate in making America great.
Please,
if I may, I just wanted to add to that. When we've approached the incumbents in the past about increasing network capacity, the response has always been, if our customers wanted this, we would provide it for them. Or if there was this demand, we would provide it for them. The problem is that when you control the pipes, you also control what is possible, and you limit the imagination. So we want to do something that lets people understand that, again, the network is not going to be a constraint on the imagination any longer.
We're, I think, about when we need to break. Is there, give maybe just an opportunity. I think actually in the last few minutes you've all given sort of rather nice summary statements, but is there any final thought that each of you would like to?
I'd like to ask, since our proposals are due April 1st, come work with us and help us chart the future.
I say let's build them and let's interconnect them.
Very good. Let's thank our panelists. I really appreciate their efforts.
And just want to note that we're going to have a short break, but in 5 minutes, William Wallace of US Ignite is going to start our demonstrations here in the Commissioner meeting room, and we'll follow them up with some demonstrations down the hall in our technology center in the library.
Thank you, Dina. Yeah, right back.
So we'd like to begin the demonstration session. So if you could take your seats. Hey, David, that means you too. There we go. Good morning, everybody. My name is Glenn Reichert, and I'm a founder of US Ignite, and I'm privileged to kind of moderate a series of very brief demonstrations of advanced networking and gigabit networking. I'd like to start with what is to me one of the most electrifying uses of gigabit bandwidth. I was very privileged last October to be present at an Internet 2 member meeting and to see a remote collaborative musical performance. We've got a brief clip from that event where I was present, and to introduce that, I would like to introduce Susanna Spellman of Internet 2.
Thank you, Glenn, for that introduction. So back in October in Philadelphia, we had a very unique musical performance. We had a violinist on stage in Philadelphia and a celloist in his studio in Northern Illinois. Through a special technology or application that we call LOLA, which stands for low latency, we were able to connect the two via the Internet 2 network and special hardware and software that helps to create the LOLA technology and allow these two musicians to play a very complex classical piece, which is, and I've got to read the name, I apologize, Handel and Halvorson's Passacaglia. It was an amazing performance, and basically the LoLa technology allowed for the connection to be at a level of 33 milliseconds of latency. So that's essentially, in musical performance terms, just like being on the same stage together and only 35 feet away. So now, without further ado, a brief clip of that performance.
As what LoLa it is, it's low audio and video streaming system, and the reason why we built it was because we had a dream. And the dream happened in 2005 when we first demonstrated that you could do a masterclass between continents. Of course, this is a system which is very demanding. The minimal configuration runs at 100 megabit per second, and it runs in black and white at standard definition. If you want to run it in color like we do it today, we go to a half a gigabit in standard definition. We can run it at 30 or 60 frames per second, because if you play something like, which is a string instrument, you have the bow, and the bow moves fast. 30 frames per second are not enough for the camera to follow the bow, so we run it at 60. And of course, today we run it in stereo 2 channels, but if you want to reproduce an orchestra, you need at least 8 audio channels, because an orchestra is big, and the violin is there, and the cellos are there. So you need to see the difference.
The entire piece there was several minutes long, and it was really a very electrifying experience for those folks who were there in the audience. So the second demo I'm going to do in place of Dr. Michael Zink from the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, who is unable to be here today, but he has a presentation on the way he is using dynamically allocated gigabit networks to provide a series of new kinds of radar to help detect low-level disturbances very accurately, in this case in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. NexRad is our current National Weather Service radar system, and you can see that above 10,000 feet it has pretty good coverage, but a lot of the weather occurs below 10,000 feet. So if you take a look at the bottom chart there of the United States, you can see that the coverage of those low-level weather events is actually fairly poor. You can see that in this chart that's coming up on the right that tornadoes almost always occur below 10,000 feet. And so it's very difficult to find these with the existing weather radars. So what they've been able to do with the system that Mike is working with is to put in some dense X-band radar that is multi-Doppler and dual polarization to allow you to be able to find in good detail these low-level disturbances. So the CASA system, which he's working with, provides coverage below a kilometer. It has an update rate which is much more rapid. It's up in only 1 minute instead of 5 minutes, and it allows for some very smart scanning technologies. In addition, he's using nearly a gigabit to bring back a full Doppler spectrum from his radars, as opposed to only getting the median of the Doppler spectrum, which has been used previously. So on this next chart here, you can see on the left what CASA is seeing about a storm moving through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And about storms moving through the Dallas-Fort Worth area, has anyone ever been at the Dallas-Fort Worth area when a storm moved through the area? Okay, not enough people, but but you know that this is a very important thing. On the right, you'll see the same thing that the normal NexRad radar provides. So on the left, look for the fact that you're going to see much more fluid weather radar because it's being sampled more frequently and it's going to have finer detail. So let me put both of these into motion here. Where's my cursor? Here's cursor. You also see on the right a lot of ground clutter that comes with the usual weather radars. So this is an example of how this kind of new lower level radar and using gigabit networks to communicate that. And they actually do a kind of computation that reminds me of what happens in MRIs and CAT scans to be able to determine the 3D image of what's going on in that weather. So that's the second one that I wanted to show here. For the third one, David from EPB, are you here? Would you come up and please introduce your piece?
It's a short video that we created to show our community one of the results that they're receiving, a real example of some pretty major results in the area of reliability. What you won't see in the video is what's happening on the network. You won't hear us talk about that these devices are operating hundreds of devices, thousands of commands at 5 millisecond latency to do this type of control. What you'll see is the results it have on our community.
The value of EPP Smart Grid is that it keeps homes and businesses energized despite natural and man-made events. Case in point, at 5:30 in the afternoon of January 11th, a tree came crashing down on one of our 46,000-volt lines on Pine Ridge Road. Thanks to our Smart Grid, all of the more than 11,000 homes and businesses affected had their power back on within a few moments. Many of them only saw the lights flicker a few seconds. Here's why. The Smart Grid is self-diagnosing and self-healing. Automated devices immediately rerouted power along EPP's 12,000-volt lines. Within seconds, 10,000 homes and businesses were back online because the energy was directed around the trouble spot. Smart Grid automation also diverted power to another 46,000-volt line, immediately delivering electricity to another 800 homes and businesses. During the entire event, EPB dispatchers were aware of the trouble and how the Smart Grid automatically diverted power to our homes and businesses. A few minutes into the event, dispatchers closed several switches remotely with a few computer keystrokes, and that brought the remaining 458 homes and businesses back online. Had this event occurred before Smart Grid automation began serving our community, it would have been a different story. Dispatchers would have had to send crews out to find the problem. Technicians would have to drive from switch to switch, manually opening and closing them to find the problem, then isolate the area affected and reroute power from other sources. More than 11,000 homes and businesses would have been in the dark for several hours. But with the Smart Grid, the community realized a 100% improvement in reliability. In dollar terms, the benefits are huge. Studies by the University of California, Berkeley estimate power outages cost a community the size of Chattanooga about $100 million a year. The return on our community's investment in EPB's state-of-the-art Smart Grid keeps growing in time, in money, and in the comfort we continue to enjoy in our homes and businesses.
So thank you very much. It is, in fact, the fiber optic grid that is allowing for that restoration and the saving of economic development and energy that's possible because of the system that EPB has installed. We have a couple of very interesting demos that are being held in the Technology Center. And just to tell you what those are going to be is Brian here from... start with Bruce. All right. I'd like to introduce Bruce Patterson from the City of Ammon and Albion Telephone Company to tell us about what they're doing.
Well, as Glenn mentioned, my name is Bruce Patterson. I work for the City of Ammon. We're a community of just under 14,000 in the state of Idaho. Robert Peterson is with me. He's in the library now. He's with Albion Telephone Company. They serve about one subscriber per square mile, 4,000 square miles in the state of Idaho. And so you might think the most interesting thing about us is that we're from the state of Idaho. We'd like to prove you wrong. We're working on an architecture for a demonstration system to show how we could use a broadband connection to address some of the problems we're seeing in our emergency communication systems as a result of number portability, the subscriber actually turning off their landline phone to their home, and also over-the-top video. So we believe that we can use the broadband connection to meet those needs. We'd like to see you down there.
Thank you. They're US Ignite members, as is Juniper.
Hello, I'm Brian Hayes from Juniper Networks, and we have a very interesting demo in the Technology Center down the hall. We're demoing IP multicast technologies, which allow TV to be broadcast over the internet in high quality in ways that are not possible today without multicast technologies. And our partner Octoshape and Juniper have combined to create a solution that I think you'll find very interesting. So please visit our demo.
Indeed, it's just down this hall and that way, and I do hope you visit because they're very impressive demos. I'd now like to introduce George Adams. George Adams from Purdue will talk a little bit about how he's using advanced networks for advanced manufacturing. And we can bring up the slides, please.
Thank you, Glenn. So I'm going to tell you about a Mozilla Ignite Challenge project that's combining the Gigabit broadband with software-defined networking to deliver a new internet capability and support initially with a focus in advanced manufacturing, but with broader potential. So the issue that we're looking at is that with the current internet, we have single path data routing. And that leads to, well, we know sometimes links get congested. Sometimes they fail. We see that when we watch videos and see artifacts in the video that we're trying to receive flawlessly. So we thought about this and said, these problem spots are avoided by TCP/IP eventually. But with broadband and with software-defined networking, perhaps we can do better by combining them, gigabit and proactive routing from software-defined networking. So how are we going to go about this? We're going to use that software-defined networking, SDN, to implement fault-tolerant packet delivery. We're not going to route around faults after they happen. We're going to instead always have an alternative path in use and work with that. So what does this look like? Here we have two communicating end systems connected through the internet, a collection of yellow clouds, the individual networks that are themselves connected to form the internet. Interfacing our end systems to the internet are two boxes labeled RC, our redundancy controllers, part of our software programmable network. These redundancy controllers are a key component in managing our alternative paths. We're going to set up redundant paths with them, as you can see here in green and blue. And the sending redundancy controller in our bidirectional communication will send 2 copies of each packet of data down each path. So if we have an end system, say on the left, ready to communicate with the one on the right and has a packet ready, as you might get the idea of a packet there, the redundancy controller will replicate that packet and send it across, and it will be received, both copies, when things are working just fine, by the receiving redundancy controller, thus telling the receiving redundancy controller that both paths are working fine, and it delivers that packet on to the end system. Now, suppose we have a link that became congested or actually fails. In this case, when we send the packets, only one reaches the receiving redundancy controller, telling us something about the status of the internet live. We can then pass that information back, in this case perhaps build a third path, because this is a critical application for which we need to maintain a tight loop of communication. And now we're back to where we have simultaneous successful routing, and we move on. We may drop that path that has problems. We may come back to it as we see what's happening. So we're using software-defined technology here to build a fundamentally new service for the internet with broad applicability. Reliability guarantees become possible, removing glitches. It eliminates also having every application try to devise its own approach to giving this kind of service or capability. We've been using an NSF test bed called the Global Environment for Network Innovations to span the country, where we have built on the National Lambda Rail and Internet 2 these independent fault-tolerant paths and routing data with our partners. So we're looking at San Leandro, one of the gigabit cities, focused on manufacturing. And so this is in the office of our partner at San Leandro, 3D printing machine, laying down polymers at an endpoint right in her office. So you think about what we can do with the kind of reliable feedback control here, because that video was taken by this gigabit camera from PhaseSpace, another San Leandro company, where we can monitor in very high detail this manufacturing process. This is just a demonstration, but super high definition, 100 frames a second. This is gigabit video. it can be the kind of data we need in order to ensure our process is working correctly. And when we can deploy this broadly, there are many applications we can imagine. Just one, home medicine, printing your own custom medications on demand when needed with the kind of monitoring that might ensure that there's real FDA good manufacturing practice actually sustained in your 3D printer where those capsules are made. All that's being made feasible by Gigabit broadband and software-defined networking. A lot of great partners with me on this project, San Leandro and Phase Space in California. I'm from Purdue University. John Geske here, professor and head of computer science at Kettering University in Michigan, where the students are engaged with building out this capability and then working with the NSF Genie platform and the US Ignite project. Thank you very much.
John Geske, could you just raise your hand there so the people could see you as well? He's also been involved in this project, and thank you very much, George. So the videos that you've seen are on loop in the Technology Center along with the two other presentations that you've seen. One of the things that you mentioned, George, was the need for Gigabit for the camera that's watching the 3D printer to be able to help go and provide feedback. I just wanted to contrast that for a moment with the question that Jonathan posed in panel 1 about, well, can't we just do this with 3 or 4 or 5 megabits because that's what Netflix uses and it looks pretty good? Well, Netflix does look pretty good, and that 3 or 4 or 5 megabits comes from using $100,000 equipment in 2 passes over that movie, taking a long time to figure out exactly the optimal compression for that movie. So if you can take the time to figure out the optimal compression, you can indeed make it small. But if you need to get that out now because you're, for example, trying to do a remote collaborative musical performance, or you're trying to alter the instructions being sent to a 3D printer, or you're trying to have a natural conversation over a video conference where you need to have very low latency, when you don't have time for compression, that's when you need the Gigabit. So again, I believe panel 3 begins at 1 o'clock. I encourage you to go down the hall to the right to the Technology Center and see the 2 other demos that we couldn't do in this room. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so if everybody could take their seats, we're going to start here in just a second. So. Okay, good. Well, welcome back. We're going to begin the afternoon session of the Gigabit City Workshop. I'm glad you're all here. So. The third panel of the day is going to be moderated by Blair Levin, who many of you already know. He's the Communications and Society Fellow at the Aspen Institute Communications and Society Program. He also serves as the Executive Director of the GigU, the University Community Next Generation Innovation Project, which is a consortium of research university communities seeking to accelerate the deployment of next generation networks across the United States. And he also oversaw the development of the National Broadband Plan here at the FCC. So, Blair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. If we can get the slides are up, great. Is Aaron here?
So Aaron will be online.
Okay. Oh, that's right. So before we get to the panel, I very quickly want to go through some of the analysis of the National Broadband Plan that kind of formed a little bit of the foundation for what brought us here today. The National Broadband Plan, which came out 3 years ago, happy birthday National Broadband Plan, recommended that the nation have a critical mass of communities that had world-leading networks. And the reason why, which was alluded to in the chairman's remarks about a strategic bandwidth advantage, we realized that because of a lot of issues, including density, we would never have an absolute bandwidth advantage. That is to say, the most bandwidth in terms of averages. But nonetheless, we wanted to focus on how do we get bandwidth which really drives economic growth and really drives innovation. And I thought about doing that in the same way that by the fact that the internet really grew up around the universities, it gave us in the very early days a kind of a strategic bandwidth advantage. While we were doing the plan, we had Columbia do a report on all publicly announced deployments, both wired and wireless. And one of the interesting things that appeared in that report was that whereas we had benefited as a country for about 15 years of what we might think of as network competition between telcos and cables that constantly drove up functionality in the network, we saw in that report that there were no signs that that was going to continue. And as one of the things I learned in my time on Wall Street, that anyone who premises predictions on the basis that lines that go up to the right always go up to the right are always going to be wrong. And so the question was, why was that? And what we saw was actually, our thesis was that for the first time you had someone who was both winning in terms of the speed, that is the cable industry, but also had a cheaper upgrade path. And for those of you who understand how these networks are financed, that makes it very difficult for the telcos. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not joining in those who are saying that we have a monopoly. This does not mean we have a monopoly. There is competition, but we don't get the competition that drives a network, a step function increase. And from the broadband plan perspective of trying to figure out how do we continue to lead in terms of innovation, research, and development, we weren't going to have kind of world-leading networks based on this kind of deployment. So the question was, what do we do about it? Because for the first time, really, not having a wireline competitor with the notion that I'm going to build a better network than the best available network, that would have an impact long-term on research and development. So after the plan, Google began their project, which in some ways I think Google was thinking about this the same issue, but it kind of came out of discussions with the plan. And they of course went to communities and said who would like it, and 1,100 communities applied. Some of us with the plan started thinking that what they're doing is great, but doesn't necessarily solve the problem. So how do we think about a different way of looking at the math? Because one of the things we also saw was it was very difficult math to figure out how to justify an upgrade to a gigabit for either incumbents or a new entrant. And we noticed that there are a lot of different benefits of a new network, but a lot of those benefits don't accrue necessarily to the network provider. And as to the benefits that accrue to the network provider, the equation is something like this, really 6 factors, with CapEx plus OpEx being greater than the risk-adjusted revenues, plus the system benefits, which are the benefits to the investor. If you invest in, say, Chapel Hill, do you get a benefit in your network in New York, plus the threat of competitive losses. And so as long as the left side of the equation, the costs are greater than the benefits, you're not going to see investment into those networks. So the question is, how do you change it so that that little red greater than is reversed? And of course, the obvious answer is that the first 3 factors have to go down, and the last 3 factors have to go up. And we started thinking about it, and it turns out that pretty much every upgrade we've ever had in this country has occurred when government has acted, generally the federal government actually, to change the nature of one or more of those 6 factors. And so whether it be the original building of the telcos, the original building of cable, which, for example, changed those factors by compulsory licensing to the broadcast signals, pole attachment rights, and other and local monopolies, really all of these things involve those figures. And what was interesting was Google in Kansas City, if you look at their about 24-page document, there are lots and lots of things that you might think of as some small, some big, but they all affect one of those factors. And so I'll just end up by saying that part of what the Gig.U effort is about, and part of what I think this workshop is about, and part of what you've already heard, is how do we find ways to change those factors. And certainly what we've seen in all of the Gig.U projects to date, and I know Mark will talk about this, is that the state and local governments have done what they could to change those factors. Anchor institutions have done that. And one of the questions that I think is most important for the workshop is how does the federal government affect that? equation, and what can they do to change it as well. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our panelists. We have Mark Ansberry from Gigabit Squared. I'll refrain from reading all the bios because those are in there. Aaron, are you online? Can we hear you? Someone might want to contact Aaron. Oh, there's Aaron. There. Can we hear you, Aaron?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. I think we need a Gigabit.
Is the audio coming through?
Unless that's something of a kind of Instagram. Changing the photo a little bit, it's an interesting look. We have Kevin Leddy from Time Warner and David Young from Verizon.
Is the audio working?
Now the mic is working. Thank you, Aaron. I'm just going to go down in order and have you do your presentations, but I certainly invite any of you to make any corrections to the formula or the history as I portrayed it. And I might add, I'm particularly excited about this panel. While we're supposed to be talking about demand aggregation, I think it's really important to hear from Kevin and David as to any topics they want, because the companies they represent, indeed the sectors they represent, have been the biggest investors, and I suspect will continue to be the biggest investors in these kinds of networks for some time to come. And therefore, your views on all of these subjects, anything that was discussed in previous panels, is of course fair game for you to say whatever you want. But let's begin with Mark.
Thanks, Blair. And one, thanks for the chairman for having this workshop and the staff for putting it together and the opportunity to share some of the things that we're doing and thinking about in this space. When it comes to broadband adoption, and it comes to really selling. I mean, we've traditionally had what I will describe as sort of a magazine sales approach to get consumers. We advertise, we sell, they come. And it's been the strategy of sort of, we'll build it, they'll eventually come, and they'll come when the services line up with what their needs are, the price points are there, et cetera. We've been subscribing to a rather different model, is get them to invest in it. Because if you get them to invest in it, they become consumers of the network itself. And so we're trying to change the paradigm a little bit when it comes to the concept of demand aggregation. So in essence, as a company, what we're trying to do is we feel we're uniquely positioned. We are greenfield, so I mean there's no real brownfield here. We're taking advantage of existing assets, but we're really putting in new core infrastructure in the communities. We're trying to extend those services to not only the major markets, but the rural markets, using the major markets as a distribution and aggregation node. We're really wanting to establish what we would describe, what we believe should be the next generation, which to us, that's symmetrical gig, symmetrical 10 gig, symmetrical 40 gig, symmetrical 100 gig. Why are we limiting ourselves even to a gig? But gig is where we are talking about today, because we think that's sort of that next benchmark for a consumer-based service, a small business service, where there's some added value and innovation and creativity that can really enhance the quality of lives, create job opportunities and economic growth. So from our perspective, when we look at this, there's a couple key things that allow us to be successful. One is we have to figure out what is an effective demand aggregation strategy. And again, traditionally, as I kind of said, we sort of looked at this as more of a direct sale kind of approach, but really think about what the critical services are in our community. When you think about healthcare, you think about education, you think about public services, social services, they're really engaged. They're engaged with major institutions, they're engaged with affiliate partners, they're engaged with providers, they're engaged with the citizens that are consumers and users. So, how do you effectively change the paradigm a bit that what you're really opening up this network is to the consumer of users that wants to use the network? Therefore, looking at people that really are investing in the use of that network because they have real direct benefits from having use of that network. What's the magic application? I don't think there's one. There's lots of magic applications. And that's really the core here, is that we want to see lots of things mature. Some of them of the video conferencing and collaborative tools, the advanced, big data kinds of applications we're beginning to see are just part of a subset of things that are going to mature. Healthcare is a big player in this space of, not only immersive learning, immersive training, but consultation and support and instrumentation and other things that we haven't even yet incorporated into our daily lives. But you got to do other things. You got to minimize the deployment costs. You've got to come up with really that connection between you and the providers of those content services. When you put, and we'd like to describe this as hyperlocal, when you put the doctor, the hospital, the clinic, the school in line where they can have that direct access, non-blocking gigabit access to any of their student, their professors, their staff, and they can share services in the local community, then you've created something substantially different, and the paradigm changes. And the thing we're saying here is this hyperlocal. I'm not talking about global gigabit at the moment. I'm just saying just in my local community, can I get on the same network and share a gig with somebody else on my... And by the way, I'm not being oversubscribed. I can actually talk to them at a gig. That's where the fundamental shift occurs, and we can really now be very, very creative. So we think demand aggregation differently. Now, we also think a couple other things. We think that there has to be a unique process to building the business model. We believe in an open kind of architecture. That doesn't mean we don't deliver services. We have to focus on delivering services. But we also think it has to be an open platform. And if you want to have creativity and innovation, you've got to have an open platform. Again, for us, the deployment model has to be substantially below cost. The real premise here, and I'll get just a few seconds here, but the premise here is that what's happening in the world today is that over 30 states now are developing public-private partnership kinds of considerations. They either have laws in the books or developing those laws. Well, that opens the door to shared assets, to shared use of services, to creative investment strategies, to new ways of working with the public and private sector. And as I mentioned here, health, education, and government being a big part of that sector, they now can be investors and participants in changing the paradigm in our local community, which is why we like the whole GigU framework and the collaboration with universities, because it gave us a point of really working with the local communities that had that intense interest.
Great. Aaron.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having me, and hopefully the video comes in a little better this time. Looks like it is.
Much better, yeah.
Thanks to the FCC for putting this on. And we'll tell you a little bit about how sort of the demand aggregation process worked in Kansas City, and I think there may be some familiarity, but Google's rollout model here, they made very clear was going to be demand driven. They divided the area up into 200 what they called fiber hoods, basically neighborhood areas with 800 or so homes, and they wanted to go to the areas where demand was highest. The threshold was relatively low, both in terms of the actual numbers. They looked for 5 to 25% of households to express demand, and what that meant was to put down $10 and say, I'm interested in having this. So not a huge threshold. We qualified about 90% of the fiber hoods the first run through, and I think there were really two components to this, and one is the gigabit aspect of it. And so when this announcement was first made, and really the framework of the Google competition was how do you bring gigabit speeds, why do you need gigabit speeds, and a lot of the first maybe 6 or 7 months of sort of local community work were thinking about what are we going to do with gig and thinking on that high speed level. But the other plank, and I think that this would needs to be part of any broad gigabit deployment, is sort of the entry level piece. So you may or may not know Google's got a few different packages. Basically, they have a $70 a month gig internet, or a free internet at 5 megs down, 1 meg up. It's a $300 installation fee with that. But as we went through sort of the demand aggregation process, there are a lot of neighborhoods in the way they rolled this out, which was sort of sensitive to digital divide issues and things like that, where there's no market for a gig. Even where there is market for a gig, or there are people willing to subscribe to a gig, you've got to make this sales process as to why a gig. But in some of the less economically advantaged neighborhoods, you've got to really make a case for why internet is important. And so the demand aggregation and the demand building efforts really took these sort of two planks. How do you sell the value of any internet at all? And how do you then sell the value of gig internet? And it's sort of two different projects. But I think having that first platform is really critical if you want to do a community-wide deployment. And so when you look at the gig use strategy, and that is certainly an option to go to areas where there's going to be a lot more natural interest in the next generation technologies. I think if you want to go to places where that may not be the case, to go back to kind of Mark's point, you need to have a pricing strategy that allows you to have sort of this entry-level package, which is, in part introducing, internet, but also is allowing us to build out that fiber to the home infrastructure. In terms of kind of what the process was, first of all, having Google involved and having that name and brand served to generate quite a bit of community excitement, even before they really had much to talk about in the way of product. We held a couple meetings at the libraries and attracted probably 400 or 500 people who were interested in what this is and how you get it, and interested in doing work sort of on a community basis. So I think insofar as you can make this an exciting sort of catalytic event when your city adopts this strategy, I think that's significant, because you need to generate community interest, and our approach really was then to use existing community networks to go out and sort of operate within their neighborhoods and within the communities and an organizational structure that exists in the city now to really help build that demand. And again, to go back to sort of the two levels of demand, some of that was done in a sort of early adopter way. And so there are early adopter neighborhoods where you just know people, oh gosh, we really want this, and they're putting PowerPoints together and showing them to their neighborhood associations and things like that, and saying this is what the future is, and we want to be a neighborhood that pioneers the way into the future. So that's going to be attractive in some places. The other thing that Google did in their rollout, and this was an effective strategy in the places that aren't your early adopter neighborhoods, is to really tie in with community services around anchor institutions. And for us, when you look at the schools and libraries, that the model here was these places will get free service if the homes in the neighborhood get service. So if the neighborhood qualifies, we'll bring a free gig line to the school, to the library, to the police station, to the fire station. And that was pretty compelling in a lot of places, and people understand, especially the schools piece, that this has impact for people's children and their children's future. In some sense, we're selling it on spec, because a lot of those applications haven't been developed now, and so that's. And I didn't hear Bill's presentation earlier, but I know that you talked earlier in the morning about some of the use cases, and that's the exciting project here now, is to start developing, deploying, and delivering on those promises. Hopefully, as we do that, that becomes an easier case, I think, to communities trying to make that point. But even without having the use cases developed, it was still powerful enough to help communities get on board with the project. So I think being able to incorporate what the civic and social use cases are, regardless of how far advanced those are, was sort of in reality, and your ability to deliver on those right now, if you build that into the package, I think that helps at the sort of regular internet level of demand aggregation.
Great, Aaron. I might note that if you could wrap it up real quick, and then we'll give you some more time, obviously, when we're dealing with the questions.
Sure, but I can stop there, and I can get can pick up later.
Great.
Those were the 2 main points that I wanted to address.
Great, Kevin.
Thank you very much. I'm with Time Warner Cable. I'm one of those incumbents you heard tell of this morning. Let me try to give you the incumbent's view of how we're providing gigabit speeds and fiber to our customers. I'll quickly review a handful of points if my slides can be put up there. Let me start into them. Time Warner Cable provides a wide array of services to our customers, ranging from a 1x1 megabit per second light service for our budget-conscious residential customers, all the way up to 10x10 gigabit symmetrical services for our large business customers. We build a network for those services with a combination of both fiber and coaxial cable, hybrid fiber coax. And we use fiber where fiber makes sense, and in a lot of cases, coax is perfectly adequate for very high speeds. We're also building a lot of capacity, and I think we ought to talk a little bit more about this. The value of our service is a combination of both speed and throughput. And in a lot of cases, speed is not nearly as valuable to our customers as sustained throughput, guaranteed throughput. And so these days, we're investing a tremendous amount of money in more capacity as traffic on the internet grows at a compound annual growth rate of about 45%. Our challenge is to continue to have a viable business model for internet expansion, and so that requires us to prioritize construction projects carefully. I'd like to talk for just a minute about a public-private partnership we have going with the City of New York called Connect NYC. That's an interesting demand aggregation project that we're doing with the mayor. Time Warner Cable is the third largest ISP in the country. We've got about 11 million residential customers and about 500,000 commercial customers. Our network is about 400,000 miles of plant, a combination of about 300,000 miles of coax and 100,000 miles of fiber. I guess I'm not advancing the slides. That's why they're not advancing. Here's a chart showing our speed offerings today. It may be not very legible, but you can see at the top our residential speeds range up to 75 megabits per second down, 5 megs up. Our standard service is 15 by 1. 92% of our customers have speeds of 15 meg or better. In a conversation about 1 gigabit speeds, that may not sound very substantial, but for today's applications on the internet, we think these are the speeds that our customers want. And you can see that even our very high speed offerings, which are available broadly, get a relatively low penetration, less than 1% each. Most of our business customers also take those same residential speeds. Most of our business customers are on a DOCSIS infrastructure and get very similar speeds. But we have lots of commercial accounts that require much greater speeds, and there we have dedicated internet access using fiber, and those offerings range from 10 megs symmetrical over fiber up to 10 gigs. So we're capable of providing whatever speeds customers want. But as I said, one of the bigger challenges these days is providing enough capacity for traffic growth. And here's a chart that I'm sure every ISP has showing the compound annual growth rate of traffic these days, which is running about 40% over the last 10 years and about 45% in the last 2 years. So we're building a tremendous number of downstream channels to accommodate that growth. And what we're doing essentially is doubling the size of our network every 2 years. So we're even though Moore's Law applies to microprocessors, we're building the internet at a similar speed as Moore's Law, doubling every approximately 22 months. The point there is that speed is not nearly as important as throughput for our residential customers. For our business customers, though, they do want speed, and mostly because they've got a lot of employees at every account that are sharing a connection. So New York City is an interesting example of how we've improved our business offerings and our speeds to businesses over the last few years. Nationwide, we built to about 50,000 new buildings last year. In New York City, over the last couple of years, we've built to about 10,000 new buildings. We've constructed 400 miles of commercial fiber in New York. That may not sound like a lot, but in New York City, building 400 miles of fiber is a real trick. We've built to a lot of prominent places like South Street Seaport, the Brooklyn Navy Yard, and the Empire State Building, and those have all been very good projects. The city is very interested in us building fiber faster, and so they partnered with us over the last 6 months in a program called Connect NYC, where the city is helping us to aggregate demand. They're helping to find the underserved areas of New York where there are the most businesses that could benefit from fiber extensions. So they started this contest in October. They asked businesses, underserved businesses, why they could benefit from fiber. And a couple hundred businesses submitted applications. We're announcing the winners next week. About 120 businesses will win. The buildings that those 120 businesses are in, though, also house another 3,500 businesses. So what the City of New York helped us do was find the buildings with the most potential, with the greatest rate of return for us, so that we could justify the fiber builds into those buildings. I think the program's worked very well for us. It's worked well for the city in that it's gotten fiber into underserved areas, and it's worked for all those businesses that are now getting higher speed services.
Great. Thank you very much. David.
Hi, I'm David Young with Verizon, and I think most of you know that Verizon has deployed the country's largest fiber to the premises or fiber to the home network. We're currently passing about 18 million homes. When this project started about 10 years ago, I think there were about under 200,000 homes passed with fiber throughout the country. And so in 2003, we started building. And rather than just doing a little experiment in one city, we decided to do something more aggressive, and that was building out to 1 million homes in the first year, out past 1 million homes in the first year in 9 different states. So we were going to do this at scale with the goal of really trying to drive down the cost curves and make this something that was affordable and could be deployed on a wide scale. We did 2 million the second year, and 3 million the third year, and every year after that until we reached the 18 million homes passed level. When we first started rolling that out, our speeds were mind-blowing at the time. We offered speeds up to 30 megabits per second. I know now that doesn't seem like so much, but in 2004 when we first launched, that was pretty darn fast. And people kind of questioned, well, why are you spending all this money to build out fiber to deliver those speeds? That's awfully expensive. But what fiber gave us is the ability to upgrade our speeds to meet whatever demand eventually occurred. And so today our top speed offering is 300 megabits per second. And so we've seen a order of magnitude increase in speeds there at the high end. Our most popular tiers these days are our 50 and 75 megabit quantum speeds that customers are extremely happy with. Not gigabit speeds, but meeting the demands that customers have today. But I'm actually very hopeful that these gigabit communities and experiments will generate real demand for gigabit speeds because we've built a network that's capable of delivering them. We've actually demonstrated gigabit speeds to the customer connections over our existing fiber plant. And we've actually done some experiments with new technology that can deliver 10 gigabits per second over our existing passive optical network plant. So we think we've built a platform that's going to enable us to meet whatever speeds are eventually required. Of course, when we started doing this 10 years ago, the reaction that we got from communities was not the warm and welcoming, hey, this is a great business development opportunity. What can we do to make it easier for you to make this investment? And in fact, we had to pretty much scratch and claw our way into getting the local franchise agreements necessary to deploy this network and offer a video service in hundreds of communities. That has changed over time, and communities now do recognize the economic development value here. And I think, if we were starting over today, we'd probably get a very different reaction than we did back then. I guess the final area I'd like to talk about is wireless. And although wireless is not something people typically talk about in conjunction with gigabit speeds, I think it is worth talking about here. Of course, with our 4G LTE rollout, we're delivering broadband speeds to mobile devices that rival the wireline connections that seemed amazing just a year or two ago. And new technologies like LTE Advanced are capable of increasing those speeds by another order of magnitude, provided, of course, there's enough spectrum available for it. And so making more spectrum available for those services has to be a top priority. But I want to talk about wireless for another reason, and that's when you think about it in terms of demand aggregation and anchor institutions, when Verizon Wireless or any of our competitors are rolling out 4G LTE networks, we need fiber connections to each of those cell sites. And so we are a demand aggregator, and we are actually eager to purchase gigabit connections in every community throughout the country. And so fiber networks are being built to satisfy that demand, and of course that creates opportunities to then expand and branch out in other areas. So, we're excited to be here. We think this is a very important topic, and look forward to more discussion.
Great. Thank you very much, David. I'm going to follow up because you just mentioned something I think is relevant to something that happened at the congressional hearing, I think last week or the week before. You mentioned how, as we are building out these fiber networks for the wireless, it gives us an opportunity to leverage it for greater connectivity throughout the community. Senator Rockefeller, correctly in my view, said that while the E-rate program has been successful, we now have to upgrade the amount of bandwidth we put into classrooms, and called on the FCC to increase that amount to a gig. What advice, and this is for the whole panel, and also Aaron in Kansas City, what advice would you have if the FCC were to structure either the E-rate program or a subset of the E-rate program to try to encourage greater connectivity in the classroom? Is there a way of leveraging that to drive greater connectivity to the areas around the classrooms? And I might note that in the late 90s when we were doing the E-rate, there's some academic literature to suggest that the E-rate program helped accelerate deployment to communities that would have taken a lot longer to get there because they were building into all the schools. I think we have a different situation now because the build-out is further along, obviously. But what advice would you have to the FCC for how to leverage that kind of upgrade to a broader upgrade? And I'll let David, you might go first, but I'll let anybody step in.
Sure. I think, thinking about E-rate and how it could be changed and improved is probably a good idea, and I think there are definitely opportunities for improvement there. Increasing the speeds is clearly important, and we heard this morning why schools need those higher speeds, and so I think that has to be part of the discussion. But I think there are other parts that are equally important, and I think changing the program to provide more flexibility as to how the money's used could allow some greater innovation in terms of devices, tablets, e-readers, things like that could also be pretty significant in improving outcomes. The big challenge, as we all know, is the money, and so I think realistically we have to figure out what can be done within the existing budget that's available. I don't think it's realistic to think about dramatic increases in funding being available for these sorts of things, but just some high-level reactions.
Okay.
So we talk about this quite a bit. As you know, cable originally built its infrastructure in rings around big metropolitan areas. We built in the suburbs because that's where television was sold. And we didn't build the hole in the donuts. But now we're moving into the commercial corridors, and we're fibering those corridors mostly when we go in. So there's a big disparity in the infrastructure. There's a lot of fiber at the core and very little fiber except in the main trunk part of the plant in the suburban areas. But as our commercial guys keep saying, we can have a lily pad effect if we build fiber to various places around a metropolitan area. So if they've got a commercial hotspot somewhere out in a residential area, they can pull passive optical network technology out to that place. And then we've got a connection between the two lily pads, and all the residential areas in between can benefit from that. So the extent that E-rate could fund development in those school areas that are also out in residential areas, it could definitely extend fiber out.
Okay, great. Mark?
We actually had a partnership with Adelphia at the time, which is now Time Warner.
Could you speak a little closer to the mic?
We had a partnership with Adelphia, now Time Warner, where we partnered to do the Cleveland Municipal School Districts under an E-rate program. And at that time, the idea was Time Warner was building the fiber infrastructure. We were helping with the electronics and the school connectivity. So we had a nice little collaboration. The interesting thing about the program is that there's one component of it that was, structured for the construction and the equipment and that sort of piece. It didn't fund the whole project, but Time Warner was investing in the other part of, expanding in the neighborhoods. But there was also the residual service fees that came to pay for the services after. The challenge we've had since then is not in Cleveland, but in many of the schools and school districts around don't understand how to take advantage of these kind of programs. They don't understand that they can use this really in an effective way as a construction project, realize it benefits the community, and so there are some educational learning sort of things I think the FCC would have to go through. If it really wanted to build a program like that, there's an education process that has to go along with it.
Great. Aaron, by the way, since I can't see you, if you want to say something, you're going to have to speak up. But I want to ask you a question about demand aggregation in terms of how should communities think about multiple dwelling units? And is there a different? You have both the demographic thing. You have a kind of some communities have large MDU areas, college towns in particular, but a lot of other communities have different, depending upon urban density and history. But what advice, given what you've seen in Kansas City, do you have for other communities about how to approach MDUs in this upgrade?
Yeah, MDUs are a pretty critical piece, and it was interesting because there was a lot of drama here as Google tried to figure out that model, and they didn't kind of have that ready to go when they announced their rollout. Certainly if you can make a case to landlords and really build it in as a sort of community infrastructure piece, that's nice, but it's not always an easy case to make. And so you've kind of got to think about what ultimately is your deployment. So we've got Google wants to run fiber to every unit, which I think is certainly desirable. But we also have groups locally that are working on localized Wi-Fi projects, especially to bring service to lower income housing units. And so I think being sort of open-minded in the approach from an engineering standpoint, that's a little out of my depth, but I know that there are some challenges there that are different than going to individual homes.
Great. Kevin and David, I want to give you guys a chance to respond to some things that were said earlier about municipal rules, but really a broader question about what's the right role of the state. Earlier, Jim Ballard mentioned his opposition and that of a large group to a bill that was proposed in Georgia, and the chairman has also spoke against that bill. But I want to give you a chance to say, what is the right role of the state in looking at these things? And also, Mark, I know the state was useful to you in the Chicago project you're working on. How should states think about these kinds of efforts, and what's the right paradigm from your perspective? Kevin, you want to go first? Or?
I guess we've been focused, Blair, more on the city level, that the challenges are also always permitting to get construction going, rights of way, in some places plowing through the friction with landlords that are looking for revenue sharing to get into their buildings. It's the same issues we've always faced. But as we're rewiring with fiber, we need to come back and ask for those permissions over again and have a lot of those negotiations over again. To the extent that the city can be an intermediary between us and the building owners, they can speed the process up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think I'd echo what Kevin said about the local processes and things that can be done there to help facilitate deployment of physical infrastructure, whether it's fiber or wireless infrastructure. On top of that, I think, though, that for non-incumbent video providers, there's an added step, and that's the video franchise issue. And I think states that have adopted statewide franchising have helped to facilitate investment and made it easier for competitive video providers to build out and offer services there. And I think that further improvements in the franchise process. Let's think about this. The franchise originally was something that was given to a single company to provide service in an area, and sort of in exchange for that, a lot was asked in return. There is no exclusive franchise anymore. Of course, there's satellite competition, and for somebody coming into the market, there's an incumbent cable operator. So having that old framework for anybody, including the incumbent MSOs, really doesn't make sense anymore, and I think it's probably time to revisit that.
Mark?
Yeah, well, first I'd have to just echo that from the standpoint of the state perspective. When you're trying to develop new municipal services, getting some latitude to be able to deal effectively with one city from another city and being able to manage that, that is a challenge. Especially we're a new entrant, so as a new entrant, it's a big hurdle for us to jump over. We'd like that to be a little easier, but the state can play, and I'm going to go state and county kind of municipality. They can play a lot of different roles. In Illinois, the state did a Gigabit Challenge grant. We actually won a $2 million grant. And their focus on that was to help in some of the underserved areas. So part of the challenge in the big metro areas is you have a lot of areas that just are not going to get the advanced services. They don't have that immediate perceived demand, but they have all the government, the education, the healthcare service requirements, and they're trying to improve the quality of life in those. So there's a lot of reinvestment and redevelopment, but who pays for that? And especially when there's not really a high revenue stream in starting that. So I think the state and the cities can play a role, the county can play a role, and where they can aggregate those services that make sense, where there is an advantage, there's a cost saving to them by having this kind of infrastructure in play, where you have alternative forms of revenue instead of the more traditional, I just pay for bandwidth. We're seeing that mature. We're trying to develop that in the communities we're working with, which is why we like the sort of collaborative partnerships. But it's a new model. So as a new model, you're going to have your bumps and valleys and things along the way. So you have to try to figure out how to blend that together with more traditional business strategies so that you can make it sustainable. But I think if we want to really build the underserved areas and the major urban cores, you're going to have to get some help from government in some way, whether it's the federal government, the state government, the local government. You're going to need some facilitated help, and that's all I need help.
Great. We have a couple questions from the audience that I'm going to try to merge into one that really go to the question of market incentives. It's directed at Kevin, but I want to give Dave a chance to do it as a new entrant. Mark, I'm not sure the question is as relevant to you, but there's an historical aspect of one question, which is what market forces drove you to actually move to DOCSIS 3.0? And then secondly, the numbers that you showed suggest that the higher speeds aren't attracting a lot of subscribers. And so the question is, how does that affect your thinking about the next, about upgrading beyond what your current capacity is? And that question, I think, does also go to David. At what point do you say we need to switch out the electronics to go even better? So let's talk about market incentives and forces. And did we at the plan understand it correctly? And what market forces are driving you to an upgrade? But also give us a little bit of history here, Kevin, on what market forces drove you with 3.0.
It's mostly back to the consumption gains that I referenced earlier. We've seen consumption rising very rapidly for years. The benefit we get from DOCSIS 3.0 is the ability to bond multiple downstream channels. So with DOCSIS 2.0, if we only had one channel going to a house, then we would have had to split service groups at a crazy rate to increase capacity. So as we projected out the compound annual growth rate a few more years, we realized that 2.0 wasn't going to be able to provide the capacity, so we slowly evolved to 3.0. Now, the good thing about the HFC infrastructure is it's extensible for many, many years to come. So we can continue with 3.0 all the way out to bonding 32 channels, which would provide us a gig downstream. At some point, even 32 channels isn't going to be enough in a neighborhood, and we'll need to make a leap to 3.1. But that's several years away, and it's another change out in electronics. So we have, and I'm sure David does too, fairly elaborate bandwidth plans that project out as far as 15 years on exactly what tactics we're going to do year after year to continue to expand capacity. The economic incentive is market share. We need to have a competitive service, particularly in the FiOS areas where the competition is extremely fierce. We've got to be able to figure out how to match David's 300 by 65 service. That's going to require even more downstream channels and even more bonding. So the combination of the revenues we're getting from that service and the competitive threat from particularly the telcos is incentive enough.
And to be clear, David, what I want you to answer the question, but first, just very quickly, what percentage of the country does FiOS serve at this point?
Well, I don't know percentage of the country. If there are...
Give me the number and I'll tell you the percentage.
Well, we pass about 18 million homes.
Yeah,
so
it's about 110 million homes,
right,
so it's
15,
roughly speaking 15%.
15 to 20%. So.
Great. So in terms of market incentives for your next upgrade, how do you see it?
So, for FiOS, we're obviously eager to keep our position as the leader in terms of the speeds, and so as our cable competitors catch up, we're going to keep pushing the bar forward. That's just the way it goes. So
yeah.
The National Broadband Plan, I think, is an excellent product. I think you were wrong on this particular point that this competitive dynamic was going to stop. I don't see any signs of that coming. Now, we don't have AT&T up here, and I'm sure if we did, they'd talk about their UVerse deployments and what they're doing there to leapfrog and push forward to the next level of speeds and whatnot. But
just for the factual record, AT&T is expanding their UVerse footprint, but they are not expanding it in ways that will give them greater speed than cable offers in those areas, right? I mean, I think I have my facts right on that. In other words, they're not going to be able to offer the kind of speeds that Kevin was showing up on that chart. They want to compete basically on the basis of price, I presume, or some other kind of bundled service.
I don't think that's exactly right, but I don't want to speak for them. I was just reading an article today about their deployments to 75 megabits per second. So they have a plan, I believe, but it's hard to talk about.
Well, that brings us to the question of the pricing and the tiering strategy, and I certainly don't want to ask. I'm not expecting an answer that goes to proprietary business strategies. But it's interesting to note, Kevin, that you had two charts up there that had about 7 tiers for both the commercial and the residential. And that's a strategy of market segmentation. And I want to give you a chance to talk about that strategy and just, really to explain how you see that strategy. But in the context in which it's interesting to note that Google in Kansas City has a very different strategy. There's basically no segmentation at all. And how do you see that in terms of its impact on the incentives, again, to build and upgrade networks?
We're focused on the R in your formula.
Mm-hmm.
We need more revenue to justify the increases. So the way we're getting that revenue is having higher and higher speed services, and the customers that value those higher speeds upgrade. And we know that there are segments of our customer base that are very heavy users of video on multiple devices simultaneously at peak periods, and they can benefit from these higher speeds. So it's exactly the segmentation thinking that you referred to. And those customers upgrade to the 50 and 75 megabit tiers. So it's the most efficient way that ISPs have to increase revenue these days is the higher tiers. Now, in Google's case, if they've got if their tier is a gig, I guess there's no reason for them to tier down from there. If they can provide that for $70 a month and get some return on the plant, I guess that's good enough for them. We don't understand how they do that, but it's a fascinating experiment.
Great. And on the next panel, Milo Medin from Google will be here and perhaps address that as well. David, Mark, do you have a comment on that? Because your pricing is going to be different. I don't think you've revealed it yet, but
we haven't revealed it, but I'm somewhere between where Milo is and where these guys are. There's a compromise here. The real issue is we're building greenfield, so when we build greenfield technology, we're building it flat out at the lowest cost you can. Milo might get it $10 cheaper than me, but we're building it out pretty low. And as a result of that, we really have a fixed cost infrastructure for a non-blocking fiber network. It's fixed. It's done. I don't care if it's 10 megs. I don't care if it's 100 megs. I don't care if it's 100 gigs. Mm-hmm. Really, the cost of the infrastructure is at that edge, and it's those points that light up the light and make it all work. The passive optical infrastructure in the middle doesn't care.
Right.
So as a result of that, if you're a gig non-blocking or 10 gig non-blocking, what's a price tier mean to me? Because I have no really operational support cost. I don't have to worry about QoS. I don't have to worry about bundling channels. I don't have to worry about a lot of those things that get borne into the operating cost of managing that kind of infrastructure. So in a way, I'd say that we're kind of saying, okay, we just got to take a total shift in the way we view the world and then the way we price it.
Great. Aaron, I want to bring you back into the conversation. In some sense, you've had the greatest amount of experience in terms of the demand aggregation question, because that's probably, other than Chattanooga, I think Kansas City is the largest gigabit deployment, and it's very much dependent upon that strategy. Can you talk a little bit about what we might think of as the anchor institutions element of demand aggregation strategy, other governments, hospitals, and what advice would you have for other communities about the best way to proceed with that?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's almost the idea of the anchor institutions is really a compelling driver for communities to think about why this is important. We haven't hooked up that many institutions yet, and even homes. I think there's maybe 3,000. Milo, I'm sure, will be able to tell you, or he could if he wants, how many homes they've hooked up. But we've just hooked up the first schools within the past few weeks, and even the connection that's being provided to those institutions is the equivalent of a home drop. So they're not providing an enterprise level service, but the idea is twofold. I think one, people recognize the need for their community institutions and the institutions that bring the services that drive quality of life to adapt to the next generation of technology. But what's interesting here, and what kind of to go back to that single level of service, when you have a whole neighborhood with a gig at home, and you have the school in that neighborhood or the library in that neighborhood with a gig, or even if it's not the whole neighborhood, but at least a critical mass of gig users, that a library can think about not just what does the library do with the gig going into the library, or a school room, that you have some maker space or some creative space where you can do sort of interesting things by having a gig in the school. But if the students in that classroom also all have a gigabit at home, and that was part of the conversation as we went out and talked to the neighborhoods, that's where you get really transformative potential, and a lot of it still is potential now. But it's also, there's sort of the backstory of, the march of technology and the increase in telecommunications speeds and in computing power, in storage capacity, and the need for broadband to keep up with that. So, I would say, again, the idea of having the anchor institutions but also having the homes hooked up, I think is pretty compelling to people. But they're, when you start talking about schools, you start talking about education, people get interested in that, and they can see that there's a connection there.
Right. Kevin, you mentioned the New York City Connect program. One of the interesting things that's emerged over the last couple of years is that a number of cities are basically kind of taking the view that there's an external benefit of having higher connectivity as an economic differentiator and to serve economic development purposes or other purposes. So we have New York with its basically had a 5-point program. We have Chicago coming out with an RFI. You have the city of Seattle, which did an RFP. We have the North Carolina project that Mark Hoyt talked earlier. So we're still, I think, very much in kind of a spring training mode. But nonetheless, there are differences between it. And I want to give all the panelists an opportunity to provide advice to, if a mayor were sitting here, what would you tell them about what works and what doesn't work? And people are often critical of all of you, so you have an opportunity to say, for example, it seems like the New York thing you were happy with. And, David, you mentioned how some cities reacted to your guys' file. So what advice do you now have for mayor sitting here spring of 2013 if a mayor takes the same point of view that we want greater connectivity, maybe not everywhere, but in some places in our communities? And Kevin, let me start with you.
Yeah, I think the New York City template is very good, where Mayor Bloomberg and the Economic Development Council helped us find the buildings with the greatest rate of return for our construction. And they were very clear. They understood that we needed to have that rate of return. They weren't asking us to build the buildings for free and have the service for free. The rules of the contest were we would build a building, but each tenant needed to commit to at least a year of service with us. Each winner of the contest needed to commit to a year of service. So there was an acknowledgement that a rate of return was necessary. I thought Tony Perez made a very interesting point this morning about externalities, and I'm not sure how to factor it in, but I think mayors should probably be thinking about it. His point, if I paraphrase it, is that a lot of times incumbents or whoever is building the infrastructure is just getting a rate of return on the monthly fees paid by the customers, but there are external social benefits to the community that don't accrue to the ISP but accrue to the community. And is there some way to share those externalities so that there's greater incentive for the ISP to build? I don't know exactly how that formula would work, but if the cities can commit more of their internet service business to the incumbents, then maybe back to the lily pad approach, they can help us pull fiber into more and more neighborhoods, and adjacent properties can benefit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, most cities have to compete all those services, so it's very difficult to just hand services over to one provider versus another. But there are opportunities, I think, within the community for municipalities to play a stronger role. And that can be simply in the bringing the community together in an effective way. We call that community engagement, but it becomes part of the demand aggregation, the ability to aggregate enough subscribers that make sense and that provide the ROI that's necessary. The other thing that I have to say, and with Seattle, the ability to use excess capacity to get access to conduit, which literally would have cost us $10-15 million of upfront investment, which we would have to recoup. We get access to that for such a reasonable price. I even hate to mention that I'm paying them something, but it's really a big benefit. It's a big hurdle. We had the same issue in Chicago, but it wasn't the city, but the city knew a vendor who had the right conduit. We got together, we did a deal with the vendor, another fiber provider who wasn't in the fiber to the home, but wanted to build out some excess capacity. So we partnered up to build excess capacity. It basically cut $3 million out of construction for us, and it accelerated our ability to build it in 3 months instead of 9 months. So those little things like that are huge benefits. And the city is engaged in lots of new infrastructure development themselves, roads and otherwise, and wherever we take advantage of those kinds of things. Those things by themselves, incrementally give value of the externalities back to us because it takes time out of the equation, takes cost out of the construction, it accelerates opportunity to get visibility in front of the demand, the groups that we want to get access to.
Great. A question from one of our listeners for Kevin. Could you expand on the distinction between speed and throughput?
Sure. Throughput is just making sure there's no congestion. So even if the speed isn't increasing beyond 10 megabits a second, you need to constantly be adding more and more capacity to the infrastructure to keep up with the traffic growth. So we can raise speeds, but they're burst speeds. We still Our Sam knows numbers, which we watch very, very carefully these days, will still be in the 95 to 100% range, but the sustained throughput may not be as great. What customers are looking for, what customers are really doing on the internet these days is watching television. At peak, 33% of the traffic, as you know, goes to Netflix alone, and 62% of it is going to online video. So customers are looking for sustained throughput so that they can watch video without a lot of buffering or interruptions.
Can I
Sure.
just as a side part of that, when we did the one community effort, we started connecting all the healthcare institutions. The idea was give them all non-blocking capacity, give them access to 10 gig bandwidth. They could talk to somebody else at 10 gig. And in essence, in the commercial and the service side of the equation, that's pretty relevant. We all can understand the importance behind that. But what we also found out is that 60% of that traffic was local. It wasn't all internet traffic, and we were taking a lot of the congestion off the network by creating this non-blocking infrastructure in the local market because we were keeping that on net instead of pushing that out to the internet. So we changed really the paradigm of a lot of the traffic flow that was going on in the city. And so I think the argument's there, and I understand why you have to manage congestion when you have limited capacity. But when you take that away in the local community, then the capacity you're managing is your upstream pipe to the internet, and that's a very different constraint. So I think what we're trying to say is take that congestion out of the network, put that in a point where you can manage it. And with new infrastructure, we're able to do that. So that's kind of our view of the world and how things are changing.
Following up on that, one of the things we're certainly seeing in the Gig.U as we talk about potential uses in demand aggregation strategy, with an aging boomer population of which I am a part, but also as we see it with our own parents, the ability to keep people out of a hospital with in-location monitoring and actually even talking to a doctor, not on kind of scratchy video, but really full high definition or even 4 or 8K video. Tremendous opportunities, for whether it be senior centers or hospitals or with folks in homes. Is there something the government can be doing that can help providers kind of break through the chicken and egg problem of bringing greater networks? I mean, everything in healthcare is a very complicated ecosystem, but is there something that either the FCC can do or HHS can do or other folks can do to really kind of drive breakthroughs in in-house monitoring?
A couple things that I would say right off the bat. Part of the issue with HIPAA compliance, this perceived privacy, is that it's interpreted many different ways. And institutions, nursing, doctors, administrators all interpret this very differently. The challenge is it's not real clear. So how do you say that I'm going to have a connection to a home and ensure that I have HIPAA compliance in that privacy of that connection when I'm doing e-medical record, I'm doing pharmac, I'm doing all kinds of different services across that net. So in some way where if the FCC could work with health to come up with almost a certification program or something in that way that makes it very simple to kind of get beyond the administrative challenges you deal with clinic to clinic to clinic, that would be massive because that would take a big hurdle off and it would open the door to people to say, oh, it's certified as being HIPAA compliant. There's a secure component in there. I think you'd see it just take off.
Blair, as you well know, we think that the fiber and wireless networks that we're building are really going to enable major breakthroughs in healthcare delivery, and so there are challenges, and HIPAA is an important one. There are the approval of medical devices is another area, the licensing, state licensing, so cross-state medical services where you might use telemedicine. Does that doctor have to be licensed in every single state? So there are some issues that need to be grappled with in order to really take advantage of what's possible.
And if I could just add on to that, the issue there is the difference between the Fed and the state, because the state really is often the barrier to some of this break because it interprets the Fed direction differently. So things like how do you use Medicaid, Medicare effectively, where it could actually augment the cost of subsidizing some of the services, not the broadband, but if you subsidize the services, they'll pay for the broadband. I mean, you change that paradigm. So something has to happen there between the Fed and the state level of sort of helping facilitate telemedicine to the edge.
Great.
Well, also, even in terms of the model of healthcare, one thing that we've realized is as we move from a fee-for-service model to a quality of care model for how you pay for and evaluate healthcare, then telehealth starts to make a lot more sense and reimbursements become easier when you deal with population health and things like that. So, I'm not sure what the FCC can do there. But I think there are some really systemic issues within the healthcare system and things that are starting to change that are really relevant for the telemedicine and telehealth to take off.
Great. Well, the final question from the panel before we close it out. Was there anything that anyone else said in any of the two earlier panels that you wish to respond to? Aaron, let me go to you first. Following up, anything else that was said that you want to offer an amen or an alternative view?
Well, I wasn't able to catch the earlier two panels in the morning, so the one thing that I would add, I guess going back to the economic development piece that we talked a little bit about is the real potential there to evaluate some things in a little different way. And we've seen, even in the brief time that we've had a network up, just the activity around it, the opportunity for job access, the opportunity for skill development, the opportunity for business creation, and especially if you're, I think the cities that are early adopters here in Seattle and Chicago, certainly have the opportunity to incubate new industries and new businesses. I think the economic development question will change over time, as it becomes more normalized rather than a competitive advantage sort of between cities. So, I guess I would mostly reiterate the economic development advantages, and in terms of thinking of how you fund the network and how you fund the community engagement, to think about it in those budgetary terms.
Mark?
Well, I guess the economic development point a lot of people have talked about, I really believe we're seeing the effects of that. We're starting to see the effects of the communities that have this capacity. I can tell you when we announced Seattle that the demand was so high. We got so many hits, so many requests for services that I could justify there was demand there. There was no doubt there was demand there. And it was amazing how many people said, geez, I just moved to Kansas. I love Seattle. I want to go back to Seattle now that they have gig too. This is the dynamics, right? And so do you really need a gig? I think the answer to that is that people are demonstrating that they have reasons to have it, they have value. Do we know what all the applications are yet? No. But I'm going to say if you're going to continuing to hold people down and sort of governor their access, then you're not going to give them the freedom to develop the apps and to do the innovation that needs to happen. So we just want to take the governor off.
Kevin.
I think Jim Baller had an interesting point where he said that a gigabit is more iconic. It's sort of a state of mind. I'm not sure we're really talking about a gigabit itself as just substantial capacity to do just about any application that customers need to do. A lot of the applications that were discussed this morning, frankly, don't require a gig. They don't require close to a gig. But we all want enough capacity so that there isn't a limitation on innovation. But we also want an affordable infrastructure so that a lot of households can get it, and that we can have that return on investment that works to fuel the expansion over time. So we're all kind of in this together. We need to figure out that business model and invest in the infrastructure as it's needed, as the applications justify it and the customers demand it, and we see real benefits to society at those levels.
So, the gigabit communities are exciting and interesting, and opportunities for to see what can be done with those sorts of speeds. But at the same time, we want to keep improving the speeds that are delivered everywhere throughout the country, and doing that is going to require continued massive investment in infrastructure. And so, as communities recognize the economic development value of those investments, I'd like to see that reflected in rights of way and local type issues that today can be a barrier to those investments.
Great. Well, let me thank the panelists. I think you've given us a lot to think about in terms of strategies of utilization of assets that are being currently underutilized in terms of regulatory flexibility and kind of more smart regulatory practices that can lead to this, as well as the demand aggregation. I know that Gig.U, along with others such as the Fiber to the Home Council, Google, and others, will be sponsoring a conference in May in Kansas City, very much designed to get into the details of those kind of tactics. And for people who want kind of a deeper dive into that, I hope they will be able to attend that. Let me also thank the chairman for the speech that he gave in January and for having the staff put this thing together. Let me just close by with really words focused on the FCC staff that come out of the broadband plan, which I'm fond of quoting sometimes, though I haven't done it in a while. Last time I was actually in this room, I said that my favorite phrase from the plan was the beginning of the implementation chapter, which was, "This plan is in beta and always will be." We really wanted it to be a plan that was seen not as the end point, but as a part of a process to set out a strategy, a real strategy for having America be the leader in the bandwidth-delivered economy. But this process does not end here. And as we go through the spring training and we learn a lot of different things, hopefully we improve our thought process so that for every city that does this, the path gets easier and the map gets clearer. And then finally, at the end of Chapter 2, which set out the goals of the plan, we had a little fun by pointing out that while the goals were great and while challenges are great, they are not self-effectuating. And had an opportunity to quote Shakespeare, where one character says to the other, "I can call the ghost from the vasty deep," to which the other character, in this case representing the broadband team, said, "Yes, well, so can I, or any man, but if you call them, will they come?" And so the challenge for us is not simply to issue the challenge, but to find a way in which the ghost from the vasty deep, or in this case gigabit connectivity, actually comes. And so thank you very much for all you're doing. And on to the next panel.
So, yeah, so if you all could take your seats again, we're going to start the second panel here in a second. Okay, yeah, thank you. We are going to begin the last panel here of our afternoon's workshop. So, and I'm sure this will be just as interesting as the others that we've heard today. So Steve Wildman is going to introduce, or he's going to moderate our last panel. He is currently the chief economist here at the FCC. We're happy to have him here. While serving at the commission, he's on leave from Michigan State University, where he teaches telecommunication studies and is the director of the James H. and Mary B. Quello Center on Telecommunication Management and Law. He holds a PhD in economics and is well known for his work on economics and policy for the communications industries. So, Steve, thanks.
Thank you, Tim. For a long and intense workshop, it's been remarkably close to being on time. And so I want to compliment the organizers and people that are sort of ramrodding things. I'll try to keep us on schedule as well. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to chair this last session and to interact and work with these great panelists. I do have one announcement. Just a reminder, I know this was announced at noon, but there are the exhibitions that are taking place of various kind of technological capabilities and services. So when we finish, you can just exit, turn right, go up the stairs to the tech center and see the demos. A lot of work's been put into these, and it'd be nice for people to observe them and take away what they can. Right. Turning to the panel, and I want to welcome you to the final panel, and I assume coffee and drinks afterwards. And the topic of this panel is to look at tools that are available in local communities that can be leveraged to initiate and to accelerate the deployment of very high-speed broadband networks. Now, broadband networks are I mean, we're past the stage where we've recognized that broadband is critical infrastructure. And what we're seeing now is that ultra-high-speed broadband networks can be critical drivers of growth, and furthermore, they can facilitate the development and the enhancement of services in ways that otherwise aren't possible. Because key components of a local broadband network are inherently local, what that means is that the local community, the government, community leaders, and community organizations can play a key role in either accelerating and enhancing or retarding the deployment of these networks. And therefore, it's critical that we look at the tools they have available and the way they might cooperate or initiate the provision of networks. Local broadband initiatives can take a variety of forms, and they vary in the degree to which there is partnership between the public and the private sectors. And we're fortunate to have a panel that can represent a variety, sort of a panoply of these different perspectives, and the panelists are going to be addressing that. I'm going to introduce the panelists, give you their backgrounds, and then we'll turn to them in turn. They're seated from my left in the order in which they will be speaking. First will be Heather Gold. Heather is the president of Fiber to the Home Council Americas, a nonprofit organization established to help its members plan, market, implement, and manage fiber to the home solutions. Prior to joining the council, she served as senior vice president of external affairs for XO Communications, where she was responsible for the creation and execution of a comprehensive public policy strategy and regularly interacted with Congress, the FCC, the White House, and state lawmakers and regulators. To the left of Heather is Milo Medine, Vice President of Access Services for Google, where he oversees the company's Gigabit Fiber to the Home project. Obviously, we've heard a lot about that already today, and we're going to hear more in this last panel as well. He has participated in a number of public policy forums, including 2 National Academy of Science panels and a variety of TechNet initiatives. He has received 2 patents in the field of network access technology. To the left of Milo is Rick Usher. Rick is the Assistant City Manager of the City of Kansas City, Missouri. In his current position, he's responsible for managing small business and entrepreneurship initiatives. He also facilitates the technical team expediting and managing the city's participation in the deployment of the Google Fiber Gigabit Internet Fiber to the Home project. This project has initiated an incredible number of local initiatives, and Rick works to ensure that the city is an active participant in these various activities. And batting cleanup, we have Christopher Mitchell. Christopher is the Director of Telecommunications as Commons Initiative with the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. In 2012, he published 3 in-depth case studies of citywide, publicly owned gigabit networks called Broadband at the Speed of Light. In 2011, he released the Community Broadband Map, a comprehensive map of community-owned networks. Those are the introductions. As with the previous panels, each panelist has 5 minutes for a presentation. After the presentations, there will be a set of questions, the initial ones coming from me, and then followed by questions from both the audience here at the Commission as well as the audience that's participating online. So we turn next to Heather.
Great. And I have slides coming up, I think. Okay, first of all, I do want to really thank the chairman again. I know everybody spent the day doing that, but there's nothing that warms a trade association executive heart more than having the chairman of the FCC take a position that they're working so hard for the public to recognize. So it was just truly gratifying. And I do want to thank the staff. They did a wonderful job pulling together all these panels in a short period of time, and I look forward to the next ones. Just quickly, Blair mentioned almost everyone you've heard from today. We will be meeting in Kansas City May 29th and 30th, where we will actually hold a workshop type event for communities that want to deploy gigabit networks. And you will hear from the service providers and from the companies that are helping the service providers in a much more tactical way than we've been able to do today. So what we want to talk about is the leveraging assets and reducing the costs of deploying network. There's always controversy around that. So I just wanted to do a quick recap of the costs that are involved in building any kind of fiber network at whatever speed it is. You have the capital costs, construction, network equipment, fees, and others. That can include land, buildings, and legal costs, and as well, most importantly, funding. And then you have your operating costs, which include operating and maintenance, acquisition of video content, something we haven't touched on today, backhaul, and then your franchise fees or permitting. And the thing that's fascinating about these is many of these costs are directly impacted or controlled or influenced in some way by the community itself. So our view is that communities should leverage assets that are available to them, obtainable and valuable to the entity that they're trying to get to deploy. The first step is to create what we call an asset inventory of those assets. And these can be things that belong to the community. For instance, if you have a community-owned utility, or have dark fiber, or you have ducts and conduit, or you have buildings that you can give them for central offices or administrated. So all of those things that you can bring to the table. And the other thing that's important is not just look at your physical assets, but a lot of times you have administrative and street labor skills and assets that you can bring to the table to help a new service provider. This is very small. This is the list. I'm sorry. It's just kind of the things I was talking about. Franchise fees and rights of way. I think Milo will talk about some of the things they did in Kansas City where they got quicker permitting and more favorable terms. Municipal-owned utilities, I've said that before. That's why you see a lot of fiber-to-the-home neighborhoods in Tennessee, because there's a lot of municipally owned utilities there. Mapping, GIS sources, where things are. And then, just as I said, IT professionals, educational material. What can the government do to decrease costs? Well, the FCC has done a great job already with their pole attachment rule. There's more to come, as they told us, but the statute itself is limiting, and everybody should be aware of that. Access to video programming and retransmission. These are open proceedings that are in the Media Bureau and still need to be resolved and will have big cost implications. Funding in certain situations. Communications providers can have access to USF either through the Connect America Fund if you're an independent telephone company, E-rate, we talked about that earlier today, rural health. And also the FCC can establish best practices. The other potential federal actions right now, they're looking at a coordinated rights-of-way on federal lands, funding in certain situations like RUS and economic development funding through the Department of Commerce, access to federal buildings, which we hope GSA will take up, and then collaborations with communities when federal bandwidth upgrades are considered. All of these will help reduce the cost of the build. Two states that I just wanted to pull out, Minnesota, which has a House bill right now talking about doing a information clearinghouse that would include federal programs, as well as requiring the Department of Transportation to remain a fiber collaboration database so that private providers could know in advance when DOT is doing construction projects. This also helps reduce the overall cost. And Wisconsin, they have just deployed the playbook for broadband progress. Say that quickly. Again, the state is working with the local communities and with state officials to provide leadership in coordinating efforts for broadband deployment and asset reallocation. So I think those are some examples of things. And then I'll just close with our slide again.
Thank you, Heather. Milo, you're on.
Sure. I don't have any slides, but I'll give you just a quick overview of some of the things I think are really important to drive a gigabit forward. And gigabit and fiber are not the same thing. That is to say, you can deploy fiber and deliver, very reasonable speeds, but delivery of a gigabit requires engineering and cost reductions of different order of magnitude. We're taking a different approach to facilities-based competition, giving consumers in the Kansas City DMA more choices that they did not have available before. That includes the free tier, as we mentioned before, the gigabit for $70 a month, and gigabit plus television with a great DVR product, et cetera, at $120 a month. All our analysis says video is a core piece of a offering. If you want to go compete against incumbents who have TV as well, you're going to have a great TV offering. And so we worked really hard to build that. You heard earlier about build to demand, where we broke up the first build area into these fiber hoods and then set threshold values based on the cost of constructing there. That helped us aggregate demand because of that sign-up process. But the other thing that it enables us to do is install users in waves. So since we have all the users pre-registered, we go through the market when the fiber hood is closed for construction, and then we install everybody all at once. That allows us to do it very economically and allows us to do things like individual appointment times, like 9:30 in the morning instead of 9 to 1. Because I've got all my installers are in that neighborhood. They're done building there. They go to the next one. Anchors are a key part of the community. And taking the community as a whole to a gig, we think empowers a whole new way of communication and makes everybody's gigabit connection that much more valuable. We're getting more people connected to gigabit, especially in a local area, we think drives demand and drives the maximum benefit of such a network. There's been a lot of conversation about demand. Well, I don't think I need to tell the economists this, but demand is highly price elastic. If you say how many people in this room would pay $8,000 a month with a 36-month term commitment for gigabit to your house? Must be no demand. So I think part of this is how to drive prices down so that you can actually have mass market products that are demanding. It's interesting. 16 years ago, my first company worked with the cable industry to deploy a broadband service that I helped develop the DOCSIS standard. It was great. We delivered 100x faster speed than dial-up. It wasn't 2x. It wasn't 4x. It wasn't 10x. It was literally 100x faster, and we did it for about double the price of what dial-up cost. And that led to not just incremental take rate, but a wholesale change, not just in the nature of demand, but in the nature of applications that use the web. In Kansas City, where on the day we announced we were building there, 16 years later, after we had deployed our first at-home city in Fremont, Time Warner was charging about $40 a month for 10 megabits per second. Speeds have gone up since then. Competition is great. But in a decade and a half, one would expect more than just a 2x speed improvement. And so part of this issue is driven by competition. And that's why we make a gigabit as our base tier. It's not the highest price tier. We make a gigabit be our baseline product because we're a competitor. We have to offer a much better product in order to drive demand. We care a lot about throughput. That's one of the reasons we do CDNs locally interconnected in Kansas City. So in order to give users the absolute best performance, we have a Netflix cache there, we have a YouTube cache, we have an Akamai cache, all sitting literally 5 milliseconds away from the subscribers, delivering the highest quality streaming, which is why we're at the top of the Netflix charts, and why Time Warner and Comcast, who don't take advantage of local attached CDNs, don't. We partner with our cities, with Kansas City, not just the cities, but also the utilities, to drive things, to drive the cost down so we can actually make money at the 70 and $120 numbers. And I just want to say pole attachment, utility cooperation, all really essential. Program access with regards to local sports programming is a non-trivial issue, an issue that Commission really needs to take action on. And build once, conduit. The European Commission has now started off a bunch of processes to streamline access to rights of way in Europe. listening to some of the things that these Gigabit communities have said about making things easier to deploy. And I think we should take that to heart here as well. Thank you.
I think Milo has already done the introduction to his partner. Rick, you're on.
Thank you. When we were formulating our response to the Google Fiber initiative, Mayor Pro Tem Cindy Circo, City Manager Troy Schulte, Kamiko Gilmore from our office, and our City Attorney Bill Gary and others worked closely with a group of over 100 citizens in our Google Fiber Coalition. As we were drafting our response to the RFI, we considered the state of broadband services at that time, the regulatory environment, the status of our efforts to bring digital inclusion to our citizens, and the potential impacts of opening our infrastructure right-of-way and easements to service providers. In fact, a few years prior to the RFI, our Public Works Department had issued an RFP seeking partners to join us in constructing a fiber network, and we received no responses. There's great value in seeking these kinds of partnerships, but only when the private sector is interested. There are many reasons Google Fiber may have chosen Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas for its project, and we know for certain that our willingness to evaluate the differences between risk and uncertainty and make decisions that will be beneficial to our citizens were key to our success. Mayor Sly James and Mayor Joe Reardon of Kansas City, Kansas have made this project the cornerstone of regional cooperation. Regarding our decision-making processes, Milo Meaden, in his testimony before Congress last year, stated, quote, "I once heard General Colin Powell say that all good decisions are made with between 40% and 70% of information. If you have less than 40% of information, you really don't know what you're doing. If you have more than 70%, you've waited too long." He goes on to say, Silicon Valley companies like Google fully embrace this sort of thinking, and it's essential to our ability to deliver innovative products and compete worldwide. But investment disincentives are created when we have to wait on government processes that are not time-bound and materially impact what products we can develop. Broadband for America recently posted an article titled "Regulatory Concessions Pave the Way for Google Fiber," where they stated, quote, "Policymakers everywhere can learn a lesson from their peers in Kansas City, and that they should do whatever they can to welcome and incent private investment by removing legacy regulatory barriers." And finally, FCC Commissioner Pai, after his visit to Kansas City in September 2012, released this statement, quote, "The most important lesson I've learned thus far is this: it is critically important that states and local communities adopt broadband-friendly policies when it comes to rights-of-way management. When broadband service providers seek to construct next-generation networks, they need access to government-controlled land poles and conduits in order to lay fiber and install other infrastructure. Currently, too many providers who try to obtain such access are confronted with daunting sets of federal, state, and or municipal regulations that often delay and sometimes deter infrastructure investment and broadband deployment." This wasn't the case in Kansas City. Instead, local governments made a significant upfront commitment to expedite and simplify the permitting process. Indeed, this was one of the main reasons that Google selected Kansas City out of more than 1,100 communities that applied. It goes on to encourage municipalities across the nation to study Kansas City's example and to see if they can streamline their own right-of-way management policies. Some have criticized the city for not pursuing a municipally owned network. Our answer is simple. The city of Kansas City, Missouri has an estimated $2.5 billion obligation to the EPA to upgrade our sewer systems, and this is funded through increases in water bills in our overflow control program. We saw the Google Fiber project as an opportunity for an incredible public-private partnership which could give us the opportunity to leapfrog our community into the forefront of the digital age, and this has proven to be true. Local governments have the ability to enter public-private partnerships that can assist in sustaining economic activity through tough economic times. In Kansas City, we were very often provide the same services to large development projects in order to ensure open communication with city departments and regulatory agencies, and expedited review and permitting services to increase the predictability and certainty of the project's success. We welcome our private sector partners who see the potential of our city and citizens and are therefore willing to risk their capital and invest in our future. I've talked a lot about leveraging the city's physical assets, but perhaps the most leverage has come from our citizens. As stated earlier, we collaborated with over 100 citizens in formulating our response to the RFI, and we did this in an open crowdsourced Google Doc. Since the announcement in May 2011, dozens of private-public initiatives have stepped up to the challenge, from promoting regional cooperations, as exemplified by Mayor Sly James and Mayor Joe Reardon's Bi-State Innovation Team, to expanding digital inclusion, as exemplified by Connecting for Good. Our citizens have recognized the tremendous value of this gigabit offering and are doing everything possible to ensure we put this infrastructure to good use.
Thank you, Rick. Christopher, it's your turn.
Thank you. Being from a place called the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, it won't be surprising to see that we focus on communities that have built their own networks. My one slide is a map that we've compiled, but I do want to say that our major focus is on the authority of cities to make decisions for themselves. And so we're strongly supportive of cities that choose to go with public-private partnerships, or to go it alone, or if they decide that the investment's not right for them for the time being. The important part to us is who's making the decision more so than what decision's being made. As the map shows, we've found over 350 cities at this point that have some form of publicly owned network. There's a lot of different models that I'm going to step through, but you'll also notice the states shaded in red. And I think it's particularly important. We've already talked a little bit about barriers, and throughout the discussion where we're talking about what tools cities can use to build these networks, I think it's important to note that 19 states have limited what tools are available. And it's important to note that in southwestern Virginia, you have a gigabit network that is prohibited from expanding to other areas of southwest Virginia that desperately want it. The same is true in Chattanooga, where nearby cities would very much like to see Chattanooga sharing that network wealth with them, but state law all but prohibits it, or in the case of Tennessee does. And similarly, cities in North Carolina are denied due to a recent law that I've been very happy to see the commissioners and the chairman increasingly speaking out against these efforts. So looking at what local governments can do, and I want to phrase it in the way of what they have done by telling a number of stories. A good first step is often to connect their own anchors. As Jim said, many of these were municipal electrics that served their own needs in terms of electric facilities for SCADA and like. They connected libraries and schools. These community anchors desperately need the best connectivity, and our research suggests that using a city-owned network or a school district-owned network is an incredibly cost-effective way of delivering the speeds that are needed now at an affordable price, and also bumping them up to 10 gigabits when we need them in the next few years. So one community that we often like to talk about is Santa Monica, in part because it wasn't a municipal electric, and it gives hope to the thousands of cities that are looking for a map of what they can do without having that municipal electric asset. They had an incredible engagement process where they brought the community together, had a whole bunch of conversations in the 90s. It ended up with them basically looking around a map and figuring out what they wanted to connect, and coming up with a plan such that they knew what routes were very important to them. When those streets were opened, for any reason, they may be able to put fiber in them. They did it on a very cost-effective basis. The network's paid for itself. They have an ongoing fund that is able to fund expansion of the network. And so this is the sort of thing that isn't as glamorous as what Chattanooga did, because in 3 years you don't have everyone connected with a gigabit network, but nonetheless is crucially important. These networks will be necessary for many decades, and so if it takes us more than 3 or 4 years to build them, that's probably acceptable. It's important to note that it's not just a matter of throwing fiber in the streets when they're torn up. You have to have some sense of a plan. It takes a little bit of money. It doesn't take a lot to get a sense of where you're going to put vaults and huts and what side of the street you want to be on, and making sure that ultimately, if that network is expanded to serve everyone, that the lasers will be in the right spot to make sure you're not leaving off a few neighborhoods on the edge of town. So I think Santa Monica has been written about a number of times. We're trying to compile yet another case study that we think adds a little bit to it. We also talk about Chanute, Kansas, which is not an urban area. It's in southeastern Kansas. They've done a tremendous job of finding grants to, say, connect the schools and libraries and make sure that they're building assets that can be used by other aspects of the local neighborhoods. No more silos, right? I mean, that's the goal, is that we're not building a network that only serves one part of society's needs. And so they've done it, and they're looking at expanding it. One of the benefits of these sort of incremental additions is that you can try additional approaches, not just a retail service model, but perhaps an open access model, as we've seen in Danville, as we just recently found this wonderful community, Mount Vernon, in northwest Washington State, that is attracting all kinds of jobs because they have this incredible network they've built. And then one other asset that is sometimes overlooked is traffic. So Martin County, Florida, is building a network to serve their internal needs, and they found a way of partnering with the Florida Department of Transportation. So rather than deploying to X number of traffic signals, they were able to go to twice as many. And it was a win-win for everyone, building some shared infrastructure. Unfortunately, not all departments of transportation are willing to work with this, and so sometimes it takes extra effort over and over again. What we see is the communities that do this are the ones that are willing to get up after they've fallen down. They've tried and tried and tried, and then they've tried something else that worked. So I look forward to the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. We'll turn to a few questions that I have, and then we'll be collecting questions submitted by the audience as well. My first question is directed to Milo. The Google Fiber Initiative in Kansas City has attracted a lot of attention. When you first announced it, it's reputedly there are over 1,000 communities that responded to the call. I know that my local community, nearby local community in Lansing, Michigan, was one of the but well over 1,000 who didn't get the response they were hoping for. But nevertheless, you had to pick one out of many. And what was it that led you, about the Kansas City proposal, and perhaps there are sort of non-specifics that were just part of the negotiation process, that led you to pick Kansas City over the others?
There's not one thing, and that's part of the dynamic in this business. On the Kansas side, there's a municipal utility. So we, as you know, the FCC does not allow pure IP providers like us the right to pole attach. And so we have to negotiate pole attachment, and it's easier to do that with a municipal utility. That said, we've worked really well with the folks in Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City Power and Light has been a fantastic partner. They're an investor-owned utility on the Missouri side. And we even got a pole attachment deal done with AT&T. We work closely with them because they have about 20% of the poles on the Missouri side. So having a clear path to be able to get pole attachment, rights of way, the community is just great. As you could tell from the startup village to all of the entrepreneurial things that have been going on there, Kauffman Foundation being there, there's such an entrepreneurial bent that they have embraced this concept of having such a great network. They're the 6th highest per capita concentration of engineers in the U.S. And so there's a lot of things about the community itself that made it be a great partner. The cities, the mayors, and the city governments have been great in terms of working with us to reduce the cost of deployment. So it's a combination of those things that made Kansas City stand out. They could move quickly, they could make decisions, and work with us.
Okay, thank you. Before we turn away from Kansas City, I want to direct a question that will go to both you and Rick, although I want Rick to answer first. I mean, it's one thing to win the competition and to know that Google's coming in to lay fiber. It's another thing to actually implement and make operational the whole thing. And there had to be a lot of back and forth between the city and the company, and undoubtedly, since this is a new initiative, a lot of things were discovered in the process that couldn't have been anticipated ahead of time. sometimes, even though I'm an economist, I've read some of the legal literature, there's this notion of a contract as a relational document. It's sort of a set of guidelines that allows parties to work through disputes and to develop an understanding as a relationship develops. Could each of you talk to the things that weren't anticipated when you started and the nature of the process by which you worked them out? And then if you were to offer a set of recommendations to other people following this path, what would be the top one or two items on that set of recommendations?
Well, first I'd say I think we've gotten along really well, and that's been done by having open communication. When we were in negotiations, Mayor Pro Tem Serco was directly engaged. Right after the election, Mayor Sly James was directly engaged in this. So we had a high level of communication going on with city staff and with Google staff. At this point, we have weekly meetings. But actually now just recently we've gone to bi-weekly meetings with our technical committee with the staff that are deploying the system. So we, as I mentioned, we've got a lot of experience with very large projects in Kansas City, and when those projects come, we assign staff to manage them through the process. So keeping that open communication and addressing issues when they come up, that's what we excel at. A good part of my job is finding out who's not talking to each other and getting them together. And by meeting weekly, by meeting as regularly as we do, those delays don't happen.
So it sounds like part of the response there is dedicated resources on behalf of the city. I'm going to turn to Milo then for your half of the response to that set of questions.
No, I think part of that is because it's not one silver bullet, it's 100 little things. There's no kind of substitute for kind of working through these processes with a collaborative nature. I think we've had issues with regards to interpretation of some elements of pole attachment. Those things have gotten kind of cleaned up. On the Kansas side, we're co-located with substations, so that saves some of the process of trying to find real estate. We work with the city on the Missouri side in terms of trying to find the right locations for huts and the other sets of things. As we move forward, we get better at this process. And I think as we're signing agreements with other cities in that DMA, we take advantage of all of these kind of learnings and continuing to deploy.
Okay, so neither of you responded to my request for a lesson learned that might be passed on to other people.
I think the lesson, I would say, for both of us, probably, the lesson learned is you got to cooperate, and it takes real people integration to be able to do that, not just with the city, but the utility.
I think when we see failures, it's failures of communication. So that's, again, key to this is to keep the communication open, keep things working through. It doesn't mean we haven't had a few bumps, but they're not huge hurdles because they're addressed promptly.
Okay, I want to turn to Heather next. The Google situation has attracted a lot of attention, partly because it's Google. Google's big, Google's unique in many ways, but the Google Gigabit initiative was also unique. Right, because what we have is a private provider seeking communities to partner with. Typically, it's the other way around. And Rick mentioned in his presentation that prior to this, they had put out several RFPs and nobody responded. Right, now, some people have said that if communities do enough work up front to make themselves attractive, that like the field of dreams, the providers will materialize. And I wanted to get Heather's perspective on that.
So I think you have to look at timing. I think that's a big thing, when you might have been trying to find providers. I think you're seeing a sea change in this country. You see how successful that Chattanooga's been. What are the papers full of? Knoxville is upset that Chattanooga has Gigabit. I think people will start and see the success in Kansas City, and we're building what we call a demand-side response, Gig Envy. And I think Chris mentioned this community in Southeast Virginia. They are a very active member in the council. It's Bristol, Virginia. And when you go there and you see what they did to save their community by doing public-private partnerships, they had to do it on a muni basis. But it's just amazing. That is the site of one of the only Tier 1 data centers in the United States. They're giving their kids, K through 12, the best education in the country you can get, and it's all because they deployed this gigabit network. So they really saved that part of Virginia that it's not very exciting, except if you're a coal miner. But the other thing you should know is that there was a discussion about incumbents, and we had large incumbents, but right now the vast majority of fiber to the home and the move to gigabit has come with small independent telcos. Primarily they were funded through USF and RUS funds through the BIP, but most BIP money, 80% of it went to fiber to the home deployment. So I think you're seeing all different segments of ownership and of the economy come together to demand this for economic development and to remain competitive. So I do think we're at a tipping point where 2 or 3, even 4, even 2 years ago, a community might have said, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you this, we can do this together, will you come, and may have not gotten a response. I think that is changing.
That's certainly encouraging. Christopher, I want to turn to you next. You represent sort of a different end of the spectrum in terms of the ways that broadband networks might be implemented. I mean, I know you said that you encourage communities to develop their own paths, but you're also actively involved with those that do their own fiber deployment. And so I want you to speak to the advantages that may be realized through that, as well as are there limitations that might push communities in the other direction as well?
Sure. I think if you want to look at the advantages, looking to Bristol is one of the best reasons, and I would only disagree with what Heather said in that Bristol has some other things, if you like country music or NASCAR and other things. But if you look at what they've done,
has great barbecue.
Yeah, I've traveled to so many of these networks, and there's really great things all across America, and I think sometimes we can forget that. The thing about Bristol that has been interesting is they've been running services for over 10 years, and they have yet to raise the price for their broadband package or their phone package. That's pretty impressive. They've added new features to both. They've doubled the speeds multiple times on the broadband package, and this is one of the advantages that we see with public ownership, which is that there's less of an urge to increase prices to increase revenue for the owner of the network, because the community is more interested in making sure that they're maximizing the indirect benefits, some of the externalities that were brought up in the previous panel that can be very difficult for a private network owner to achieve. So the benefits to the school system, creating thousands of jobs, making sure that everyone at home can afford an access to the internet. Those are tremendously important. There's also the ability to control your own budget. So for the people who are interested in making sure that the city is spending its money wisely, which is probably all of us, I would hope, being able to forecast and plan your own rate of improving the connection to your police department, your fire department, and not being caught with a sudden rate increase. These things are very valuable and often missed. You asked also about the things that might push a community the other way. One of the biggest problems with fiber networks in particular for a municipality to develop is that the cost of building a fiber network almost always come before the elected leaders that support moving forward to doing it. They go up for election after they've paid for it, but before any of the benefits roll in. So it can be a very difficult political decision in a lot of different areas, even if you're very sure that it's going to pay for itself, and if you're positive it's going to be a boon for the community over 10, 20, 30 years, it can still be difficult for an elected official to make that decision because they'd rather be in office than sitting at home and saying I was correct. So that is a real difficulty. And then there are some communities that have struggled. We've certainly weighed in on that. I put it at less than 5% that have seen serious problems in terms of being able to break even, stick to the schedule, and that sort of thing. And so it's always at the front of anyone's mind that these networks are expected to pay for themselves. Very few of them use any taxpayer dollars, and so that's something that many communities want to make sure happens. So it can be difficult.
Milo had mentioned that one of the attractants for Kansas City was that they had a high concentration of engineers, and presumably there was some perceived benefit of having technological knowledge within the community. Now, I would guess that, having come from a rural community myself at one point, that when I was there, it's different now. We probably couldn't have found very many engineers in the locality. Would that be a barrier as well? I mean, you need somebody that actually understands the technology.
Well, if you want to deploy services, that's certainly pretty important. But a number of the municipalities really don't want to do that. They want to do infrastructure, and they want to figure out a way of making it work without having to negotiate channel contracts, without having to, worry about the tiers and that sort of thing. So you always want to find someone that is very excited and knowledgeable about these things. I think communities, which often cannot pay the same rates as a company like Verizon to get the top engineers, they often get really dedicated, knowledgeable engineers that are interested in working on the cutting edge and doing things that maybe a large cable or telephone company would not be interested in doing in some experimentation. So it can be difficult, but I think a lot of the communities end up finding very good engineers.
Anybody else going to respond to that question about local talent and the importance of that?
Well, I'd say in Kansas City, it's been an incredible asset to us. One, having the infrastructure that's attracting tech talent, and we have people who've moved to Kansas City from all over the country to take advantage of this. And we have talent that, of course, we're developing.
That's what I was going to say. Often just having the project there brings in the talent.
Okay, so it's a chicken and egg issue,
Right.
and you need to provide one of the two. Now, I know we're supposed to be collecting questions from the audience. I don't know if anybody has, if there have been no questions at all. I have more on my list, but if so, this would be a good time to deliver those questions to me.
We've answered everyone's questions.
Voice of the day.
No, they aren't nodding off yet. Okay. Well, let me turn to another one of my questions. And actually, Christopher sort of introduced this in a sense, that the communities expect their networks to break even. And I don't know whether Google really anticipated breaking even on the Kansas City project itself, or whether the initiative, which is what I assumed when I saw this, was something that would stimulate an investment in infrastructure that have payoffs for the other services that Google actually sells. But like I said, Google is unique in that regard, and so is the prospect of profits a limitation on what we can really expect to see, or just ability to break even?
Well, let me just address that. My P&L, I have a P&L. P&Ls are good things, I think. And my P&L is purely driven by access revenue. There may be other uplift that happens to other Google products, but doesn't help my P&L. And we believe we can actually make money at it. I think the program, when it was first started, was thought of as more in the company as an experiment. But after 1,100 communities responded, people said, well, we've seen opportunity with a lot less signal to noise than this. And so then the question became, could you actually build a platform that could be profitable, right, and make money and have a reasonable return on investment? Part of that is about demand aggregation, so that take rate is, instead of installing users one at a time over a long period of time after you spent the CapEx in the market, we install them all, at least in the first wave, much quickly, which does a lot of nice things to NPV. The other thing that we do is really trying to reduce our cost. Part of it is process improvements of the city, but Google is a large infrastructure operator. We spend billions of dollars on telecom, fiber, on data centers. We have a very large infrastructure that operates at a scale which is very cost effective. We move bits very, very cheaply. And that we can bring to bear on the system as well, in terms of equipment discounts, in terms of transport, and the rest. The cost of moving bits, even at massive rates, keeps going down because of the engineers and scientists working in the optics community and in switching. And we have to ride that. People talk about all the investment on the access side. Google, to the extent it's serving that, has to make equal investments on its side. And so we get to leverage that platform on the access as well. And that allows us we think we can make money at it.
So the story I get from the my array of members, which includes everything from Google to small rural telecommunications companies, is you can make money on this business. And I know you all heard from Gary this morning, who's a competitive overbuilder, a CLEC, and he says, Heather, you can make money at this business. So, I mean, I have to trust that these guys aren't going out of business. They're continuing to deploy. And I just think sometimes that's been a scare tactic.
Okay, I'd like to turn to Christopher for a bit of elaboration. You went through, and because you only had 5 minutes and you actually finished a bit early, a number of different models by which communities might encourage the development of broadband. One of those was city-laid fiber, and then you lease it out to people that want to come in and utilize it. And I suppose it could be either one or multiple. Could you speak to these initiatives, and why this is something that seems to have been pursued more vigorously in Europe than what we see in the U.S.?
You know, it's hard for me to speak to why Europe is different, in part because I've found it's so different that when you have a staff, as we have historically in my organization of one, we focused on the United States. I think, you know, Europe has a fully different regulatory system. They have a different municipal history, and they have there's a different history of infrastructure development. DSL is different, I think, because of having been rebuilt after World War II. There's so many differences that I don't know which one to pick as to why they've followed a different role. But I think when I look at what should be done, and I had this exercise where I sat back and I thought to myself, if I just ignore the next 5 years and I think about what should be done to make sure the 5 and 10 years after that are really good, one of the things I was thinking was that municipalities should be trying to make sure there's ample fiber throughout the community that they can use in a variety of ways, trying to get rid of scarcity. And I think that's one of the things that Seattle's done well over the years. It's one of the reasons that they were so attractive to Gigabit Squared, because they have an asset that Gigabit Squared, as was elaborated on the previous panel, was able to use. And it's also just a matter of the municipality itself may want to use it. We've seen a lot of municipalities increasingly doing Wi-Fi in parks because they have fiber to those parks now. So Wi-Fi in 2004 through 2006, clearly people were very excited about it. It didn't work out all that well. One of the reasons was I think they did not have enough backhaul. So cities are doing better wireless now because they have more wired assets. So it's one of the things that I think people underestimate, is that the cost of throwing fiber in the ground with a plan is really low compared to the cost of doing these sewer projects, of tearing up roads for other reasons. And so when you're able to keep the costs low, you can do more innovative things because you don't need to generate a lot of revenue to have paid for that investment.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned backhaul. It's really a segue to the question that just arrived on my desk. And actually it says for Milo and Heather, but I think it might go to you as well. How do backhaul costs factor into deployment decisions, and how can the Commission help reduce backhaul costs?
I think backhaul in this context is leaving your city, going to the rest of the network. Google has a relatively large infrastructure, and so, again, we can take advantage of that. I think one of the interesting dynamics would be whether or not communities could band together and do bulk contracting for internet transit and the rest. I don't think it's so much a commission issue, though there may be interconnection issues that come up in this kind of context. Heather?
I've seen, well, obviously I used to work for a backhaul company, but I think where your network's laid and who you sell to obviously is part of the equation. But we saw a lot of money from the BTOP program called Middle Mile Projects, and that was exactly what they were aimed to do, is to bring that fiber connectivity to these areas that weren't necessarily close to the big transport networks, and so that those communities could then get to the hubs in Ashburn or May West or whatever. I think that project, I think, is filling in the U.S. pretty much. But I know we hear from some providers, I think more deeply rural, like Windstream, that they have a problem getting fiber connectivity. But usually somebody lives within spur distance.
Yeah. A number of years ago, I asked a community in southwest Minnesota in deep in farm country why they had a fiber to the home network that was offering DSL-like speeds. And the answer was, we have one path to Minneapolis, and we can't afford to offer very higher tiers, very much higher tiers than that. But if you fast forward to today, they received the stimulus award. They've built out to about 8 other tiny farm communities that are hard to find on the map. They're delivering better speeds at lower prices than I can get in the metro region of the Twin Cities, and they're able to offer those speeds in part because a stimulus network that was separate to that as well reached down and offered them a different path and brought some competition to the backhaul throughout Minnesota. So I think things have changed a lot over the past just 2 or 3 years.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
Not to change the topic, but an equally difficult situation, though, for single cities or small communities is the whole video programming retransmission, which we haven't talked about today, which actually the FCC can make a difference on, open proceedings in both of those. And, the cost of having to buy a bundle from a major content provider as opposed to being able to unbundle and buy what your consumers might want. And, particularly onerous or egregious are the fees that you have to pay for what everybody wants, ESPN or any other sports access. And that's sort of then compounded by the retransmission rules. So, that is actually a place where I could see the Commission really taking a leadership role there to help with the whole gigabit revolution.
I would also say the kind of state of quality of IPTV software platforms is generally not very good. Part of it is because we see such vertical integration in multi-channel video providers today. We don't really have a CE market for consumer devices or DVRs, et cetera. We consider this so important that we actually designed the hardware and run the software. We built our own IPTV platform all the way from encode off satellite all the way to transport in the home because we couldn't find any devices in the consumer market that we could actually work with that had our feature set required. So that's another area where the Commission has some things that they could do so that communities could just go buy these systems off the shelf and not have to go, I don't know what you do if you can't buy it off the shelf. You don't have programmers. So.
Okay, actually, Heather almost pretty much teed up. It's like you're reading the question, but your eyesight is maybe very good. But it goes a little beyond what you had said about access to video programming. I know Milo had mentioned it as well. And so you both said it's critical. Do either of you have any specific suggestions as to how policy might be changed in that regard?
Well, I think, fortunately, I think we would like to see more unbundling, that you wouldn't have to buy a package of cable content from the provider, that you would be able to pick and choose what you felt your community needed, and then and negotiate that with a buying group. There is a buying group that works with independent operators to help negotiate the same kind of deal that a big cable company might get from its competitor for the content. So that's that one. And then on retransmission, I think we all would like to see a prohibition on joint negotiations in a given market, and also to be able to buy, if you're just getting closed out of a market by one of the big four broadcasters, now I'm going to have to file an ex parte, aren't I, Tim? Shoot. That you cannot have joint negotiations in a market, or that you be able to buy service from a neighboring market if you can't if you can't reach a deal with the broadcaster in your area.
Let me just say we are kind of unique, but we did manage to get programming deals done with pretty much all of the usual suspects, including all the local broadcasters, and we have a good working relationship with them. The only area that I would flag for special commission attention here, which you have a proceeding on, is regional sports networks. We filed in this about Metro 1 and 2, which Time Warner refuses to sell to us. And I think the intent of the program access rules in Congress was that this was not supposed to be something that was used to thwart competition in the multi-channel video distribution market. And so I think commission action in this area would be helpful. But we have RSNs from Fox and others that we don't compete with on the access side. We've been very successful in getting those contracts done.
Sure. One of the nice things about being so far from D.C. and Minneapolis is that I think I'm sufficiently vague that I won't have to get into ex parte territory. I think one of the things that is a misunderstanding of what we do at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, we're often seen as focusing on public systems, which we do, but the reason is an issue of scale. And I think that small companies like Sonic.net, like CityLink, HBC, have a lot more in common with municipalities than they do with other private providers. And I would really like to see a greater focus on the threats of large-scale market power on the threat to competition, as opposed to just the threat of some rules here and there that may increase cost. When I talk to communities about why they're intimidated about getting into this area, which, for every 10 communities that looks at it seriously, I think maybe 1 or 2 end up doing it. And the number one reason is often the incumbent, because they're afraid the incumbent's going to lower prices, occasionally to predatory levels, that they're going to engage in tactics that would drive any small provider from the market, public or private.
Okay. Actually, so far, the last question I've received is for Chris, and that you're asked to talk about the savings for municipal governments provisioning their own services versus leasing services from vendors.
Sure. Often I'm the most provocative on the panel, so I do attract too much attention, for which I apologize. We've compiled a fair amount of anecdotes, and they range from cities that will see a savings of a few $1,000s a year until the payoff period, to Martin County, Florida, where the estimated savings over a period of 20 years will be $30 million. In that case, the school system paid $1.2 million up front out of a capital budget that will be amortized over a period of 5 years, where that will effectively be the same price that they were paying previously for their connectivity. And in the 6th year, they will begin saving on the order of $350,000 per year for their connectivity, which is over a dark fiber network. So they'll be in control of the electronics and things like that. They have to pay maintenance and some other things. But the savings to the county are just tremendous over the schedule that they were looking at for price increases from the incumbent cable provider, which had been was the lease on the iNet had changed, basically. So that's on one order of magnitude, and I'll turn it back rather than just going on with story after story, I guess, if there's any other questions.
Okay, that's one of the dangers of being the provocateur, I suppose. I do have another question, and this relates to issues associated with building owners, multiple dwelling business, large apartment complexes and so forth. There are stories about how it's difficult to break in to these units because they already have pre-existing arrangements with incumbent providers. And I just wanted to hear the panelists speak to this issue and whether you think there is a policy problem, and if so, if there are policy solutions to this issue.
I would say, this is always a challenge. I think we were a little slow looking at this issue getting off the ground. We have now a process put in place that's been pretty successful. One of the things that we found is because of the pay for the construction free service offer that we have, many MDU owners have taken us up on that. And so effectively, we're now installing entire MDUs with this with the free product and the ability to upgrade. That allows one MDU owner to compete by basically saying they've got free basic internet with their rent, if you want to think about it that way. And now the whatever arrangements they may have had with the local cable operator are now less important to them than maintaining occupancy, because if you've got one with a much better infrastructure, qualitatively better, with a base tier of product available that's very differentiated than someone who has the same old wiring. And so we've had good traction in the Kansas City market. We're working with new MDUs that are going in to pull fiber through them, and so lots of interesting development there. But it is a challenge, and I think if you look at Verizon's issues, some of their issues up in New York, it's directly related to this problem.
Okay. Now, I have no more questions of my own. I haven't received any from the audience.
I can prattle on about MDUs for a second.
Pardon?
I can just address the MDUs.
Oh,
I think.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No, it's fine. One of the issues that I think the FCC really has to struggle with and regularly I think is accused of getting it wrong, but it's issues of fairness. And in MDUs, I think we need a rule or a set of rules that treat providers differently based on their history. And so it's different for an MDU to be locked up by an incumbent provider that has access to the entire city than it is for an MDU to be locked up by a new entrant to the market. And I can hear incumbent providers saying, well, it wouldn't be fair to have different sets of rules, but it's also not fair for new entrants to have to compete with a provider that amortized their network previously. And so I think I would like to see, along with the issues of scale, just a focus on the way that a one-size-fits-all rule may be inappropriate in a market in which different players have such different assets.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to that issue of MDUs? We'll say, we're under no compulsion to extend to 335, I don't think.
No, I was going to ask a question.
Oh, you're going to ask a question. I was going to turn it back to the panelists as well, but go ahead with your question, Tim.
Well, if anybody wants to respond to what Christopher just said first, go ahead. So I'm going to refer back to something that Kevin Leddy said on the third panel, referencing something that Tony Perez said on the second panel. And I saw you just wrote a question, Tony. So if this is your question, I apologize. I'm stealing your thought. But the issues come up one of the things that people talk about in this space is that for communities who provide their own networks, that the Christopher Mitchell's the model that he works most often with, that there are social benefits to those communities that they can internalize and recoup the benefits that way that a traditional incumbent provider wouldn't maybe be able to monetize through charges to their end user customers. And so given that we've got sort of a community represented here in the Fiber to the Home Council and a provider that's sort of a non-conventional provider plus a city, sort of this question seems especially relevant. Are there ways that a provider like Google or perhaps the incumbents could work out negotiate something with communities that might allow them to, sort of in indirect ways gather some of the benefits to the community through a gigabit network or other sort of high bandwidth networks. So I don't know if you're following that question. I'm not asking it in a very straightforward way, but
let me take a shot at it and see if I'm reading you right. I think part of the challenge is some of the benefits in the community of startups coming, generating tax revenue. You could look at it as being financial. Others are just real benefits of just the community being more effective in organic job creation and the ability for people to become closer to each other. How do you kind of quantify that in a way that you could work with a provider? I know Fitch recently raised your debt rating and referenced the fact that Google Fiber was changing the economic environment in the city of Kansas City. So their debt rating have been upgraded to stable, I think it was, something like that. Right. So I'm not, there are a bunch of things like that we never foresaw going into it. They don't enter into our P&L analysis, but I do think they show reasons why communities should want to make their cities gigabit friendly to make it easier for new entrants to deploy and to deliver new service, because competition in general is beneficial to the community, and that's an intangible that I think is A lot of these 1,100 communities that solicited us all felt that was very significant. I don't know if you want to add.
I'll just say it wasn't an ask in the agreement, and we would probably have to have a good discussion to look at that. But it has been incredible. The economic benefit of the credit rating increase. I don't know of any other business that was named in a Fitch rating of a city. But clearly we see that we're going to have increases in home-based businesses. All of the data shows that home-based businesses are going to increase. Our zoning laws are permissive to that. And we're really seeing our citizens now becoming content providers over consumers of the web. Rather than just watching TV, they're conducting business on the web. And the home-based deployment is significant. And we're looking forward, hopefully, to a small-medium business offering.
Yep.
So I don't know if you're talking about funding deployment based on an increment of economic activity increase. I don't know how you would calculate that, but that's not territory that we've gone into.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there had been given any thought to that. I could imagine different types of benchmarks, like X number of tech-related jobs come to Kansas City in the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. Maybe you get a tax benefit of sort of X percentage, and it wouldn't have to be just a new incumbent to new entrants. That if maybe established incumbents up their speed and sort of there's a more robust broadband, sort of a vibrant broadband community in a given ecosystem, I guess, in a given community. So if there were, benchmarks again that maybe could be sort of identified ahead of time that might make sense to give some offsetting, benefits back to providers that might incent them to do that in the first place. It's not anything that I've got specifics on because I haven't heard of this kind of thing. But if it's out there, I'd be interested to hear
it's
about
unpredictable, but the things in Kansas City, we recently were awarded an I-6 grant for a digital sandbox, $1 million from the federal government, matched locally. We have just a number of large initiatives like that, but I don't know if you can guarantee that kind of publicity or opportunity with any other offering that might be out there.
I do think there's such low-hanging fruit on the cost improvement side that's the first and easiest thing to do, and certainly working with cities to make that happen is good for everybody who's building network in that community.
Yeah. Another question did come in. I believe this is really directed to Milo. And for MDUs with cable wiring and contracts, is Google installing a second set of wires?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, again, you have to, part of what we're trying to do is move the web forward. We don't want just to compete. We want to move the web to a new place, move the U.S. internet to a new place. And that's why we didn't offer service that was just 2x faster or 5x faster. We went to a gigabit. And we have the economic incentive to do that because that helps differentiate the product. When Apple entered the cellular phone business, they didn't do it by just building something that looked like other people's products. They built something that was totally different. And to the extent that a new entrant has the ability to kind of redefine the market the way cable redefined the market a decade and a half ago, I think that is a good thing. And so we're trying to go a different way. And that means that we wanted a gigabit, a real gigabit to all of those apartments. And so, we're running fiber to every one of those units.
Now, I suppose just the parallel question would be then if somebody new were to come in, should they have access to your fiber rather than lay their own?
I think that's an interesting question. So far, nobody, we're trying to deploy this service, and I think asking new entrants to suffer under more rigorous rules than incumbents do is probably not good FCC policy.
Okay. Christopher, you have any?
No, are we going to move to wrapping up? Is that what you're asking?
No.
The
way you were squinting at me
thought,
suggested you had a thought there.
It's a terrific question, and I would really hate to answer it without giving it some thought.
Okay. Now, I will give each. We have 2 minutes left. If each of you has an opportunity, if you want like a 30-second summation, that's open to you. Right? Otherwise. Well, let me leave that, before I go into the otherwise, that closes things itself.
So what I would say is there's a lot of, I would like to close by saying there's a lot of tools that communities themselves have to help reduce the cost and make a more favorable investment package for people, private investors or the community itself or their incumbent telephone company to want to deploy gigabit networks. But I also would say that there are things that the state, local, and federal governments can do regardless of whether they're the owner of the property to help spur more gigabit-type connectivity, including, uses of rights-of-way and thinking about things when they, like what they're doing in Wisconsin and Minnesota, so that you have sort of a plan that people can use as a clearinghouse.
I would say, the commission can do things that make it easier to build new networks or do things to make it harder. And if the commission wants to do things to make it easier to build new fiber systems and gigabit systems in general, they go back to things like pole attachment for people who don't want to deliver anything other than IP services, getting conduit internal wiring in homes. I think we had a great building boom and the same old stuff was put in when we had an opportunity to put in much more advanced wiring in new construction and the rest. Program access is an issue that is not going to go away, and I think we need the kind of innovation in the video space that we see in the wireless handset space between Apple and Android in that space. So I think if the commission really wants to make a difference, and then the question is, there'll be lots of folks who will be happy to help you do it, but you just got to decide what you want to be when you grow up.
Rick?
Well, thank you for having me in the panel, and I wanted to show a short YouTube video, but I tweeted it earlier. A guy named Bill Brock from Chattanooga came to Kansas City last week for a few different events that were happening, and a friend of mine videotaped me interviewing him on his experience in Kansas City, so it's a really good example of the excitement that's building between these two cities, and we're looking to collaborate with other gigabit cities going forward in the future.
Okay, thank you, Christopher.
There's 7 cities in the U.S. that have gigabit universally or near universally, where just about any address can turn it on with a few seconds notice. One of those gets a whole lot of attention. And then of the munis, one of those gets a whole lot of attention. But 6 out of 7 of them are municipally owned. And so I would very much like to see more of a focus on what these cities have done. We track more than 35 cities in over 10 states that have gigabit access to businesses and to a variety of other areas where it's not universal. So there's a lot of things happening under the water. But I wanted to finish by, since we're the last panel, thanking everyone. I spend a lot more time writing critically of the FCC than I do positively, and that will probably continue just because I have limited time, not because I disagree with most of what the FCC does. So I want to thank the commissioners and all the staff for doing all the work that needs to be done to keep America great, as Jim Ballard would say.
Well, on behalf of the commission, I want to thank all 4 of you for giving us your time and your expertise and being willing to field some difficult questions. For those of you in the audience who participated in earlier panels, thanks as well for contributing your time, and I assume for some of you some personal expense or corporate expense. I think we've benefited. Hopefully there's been a larger benefit that's been realized by all of us who are trying to see gigabit networks spread throughout the country. So I'd like to thank the panel. Oh, one last reminder about the Tech Center exhibitions. They're open until 4:30. Again, walk out, turn right, go up the ramp, and it's right there. You've got put together program.
Yeah, no, I thought it was.